Okay.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A quorum being present, I call tonight's August 5th, 2024 special meeting of the Cambridge City Council to order. It's a special meeting in that it's our summer meeting because the City Council does not meet generally during the months of July and August. The first order of business is a call of the roll of the members present. Clerk LeBlanc.
Councilor Azim.
Present.
Present. Vice Mayor McGovern. Absent. Councilor Nolan.
Present.
Present. Councilor Pickett. Absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Present.
Present. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Present.
Present. Councilor Toner.
Present.
Present. Councilor Wilson. Absent. Mayor Simmons.
Present.
Present. Madam Mayor, you have 6 members present and 3 members recorded as absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A quorum of the City Council being present, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a pause for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
Stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Mayor, you are on mute.
Thank you. Pursuant to Chapter 2, the Acts of 2023 adopted by the Massachusetts General Court and approved by the Governor, the city is authorized to use remote participation at meetings of the Cambridge City Council. In addition to having members of the City Council participate remotely, we have also set up Zoom teleconference for public comment. You can also view the meeting via the city's open meeting portal or on the city's cable channel, Channel 22. To speak during public comment, you must sign up at www.cambridgema.gov/public comment. You can also email written comments for the record to the city clerk at cityclerk@cambridgema.gov. We welcome your participation and you can sign up to speak during public comment up to 6 p.m. Please note that the City of Cambridge audio and video records our meetings and makes it available to the public for viewing. We want to also let you know that third party may be audio and video recording our meetings.
Madam Mayor, Councilor Wilson and Vice Mayor McGovern have joined, if I may call them.
Yes, you may.
Vice Mayor McGovern.
Present.
Present. Councilor Wilson.
Present.
Present. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Very good. The next order of business is public comment. Public comment may be made in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 20, and the City Council Rules 23D and 37. Once you have finished speaking, the next speaker will be called. Individuals are not permitted to allocate the remainder of their time to other speakers. We please ask that you state your name and address and for the record and the item that you're speaking to. How many members of the public do we have signed up for public comment?
There are 24 people signed up.
And Ms. Nicole, I believe it's over 20. The amount of time that's allocated to each speaker is 2 minutes.
That's correct.
So I want just to say for those that are viewing who plan to participate in public comment, the amount of time allocated will be 2 minutes per individual. I'm now going to turn it over to Naomi Stefan, who is going to conduct public comment. Ms. Stefan, the floor is yours.
Our first speaker will be Jonathan Slate. Jonathan, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
This is Jonathan Slate. I live at 6 Wesley Avenue. I want to talk about Section 5, Item 3, the proposal by the developers at 55 Harvey Street to put in a curb cut on Wesley Avenue. The side of my house directly abuts the back of 55 Harvey Street. And the proposed curb cut will be right next to my property. There's never been any off-street parking at 55 Harvey Street in the over 100 years of its building. And to put in this curb cut will suddenly bring a ton of traffic, congestion, noise, fumes, etc. to my property. There is a small curb cut there already, and they want to extend that to my house because it doesn't align with a garage that they want to put in. Wesley Avenue is a very small street. It's a dead end, and all the traffic comes out of the street at that end, as well as there's often trucks there that are parked temporarily. And so there's already a large amount of traffic there and congestion. Thus, all of the residents from every house on Wesley Avenue signed a petition for the city council requesting that you not approve this curb cut. The developers went to the zoning board originally with the same proposal to turn 4 units into this single family house of over 4,000 square feet with the garage and a curb cut, and the zoning board was completely against it, so they withdrew it and now are trying to build it by right. We hope that the city council will support the residents of Wesley Avenue and oppose this curb cut. Thank you each for your time.
Our next speaker is Emiliano Falcon Marano.
Hello, how are you? Hello, my name is Emiliano Falcon Marano. I'm the Policy Counsel for the Technology for Liberty program at the SCU of Massachusetts, and we are pleased to continue working with the City Council as the city implements the public oversight of surveillance technology ordinance. And today I'm here to discuss items 149 and 150, communications transmitted from the city manager relative to surveillance technology impact reports. So we are here to discuss the report of overt cameras, which is a new surveillance technology that the Cambridge Police Department intends to acquire. The ACLU strongly recommends this technology is not approved before the police department addresses several important questions and concerns to ensure that this technology is deployed responsibly and transparently. There are five main concerns that we have. The first one is that the police department didn't submit a technology-specific surveillance use policy pursuant to Chapter 2.128 of the Code of Ordinances. This policy is essential to provide clear procedures and accountability for overt cameras. If such a policy has not been developed because it is not needed, the PD should lay out how the city's surveillance use policy will apply to this technology, and we are happy to help in drafting this policy. The second one is the integration with existing policies. It is not enough to simply refer to the CGIS security policy. At the very least, the report should include the pertinent parts of those policies that apply. The third one is the access to data by other government agencies. We cannot assess how the data collected by these overt cameras will be accessed by or shared with other government agencies. This goes beyond the Cambridge Police Department. For example, if federal law enforcement in the future is weaponized in a manner that is inconsistent with civil rights, civil liberties, Cambridge needs to ensure that there are clear rules. The fourth one is the privacy provisions that the report don't contain, and the last one is the details about camera. The report does not provide details about how many cameras are there, where are they going to be located, and the timeline for the installation. Addressing these issues is essential. We are happy to help.
That was your time. Please email the remainder of your comments. Our next speaker will be Mary Ellen Kent. Mary Ellen, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead. Mary Ellen, you have the floor. Please go ahead. We will go to speaker Ethan Frank. Ethan, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Ethan from 632 Mass Ave. Hope everyone is having an excellent summer. Regarding the report on incentives for residents to use alternative modes of transportation, it looks like we have a green light legally, but logistically there would be a lot of challenges. I'm not too disappointed by this because the Blue Bikes and the MBTA already have a low-income program, and the MBTA is expanding their program to all residents, all ages, as well as making it free for college students. So we should definitely continue to spread awareness of those programs. Additionally, people's choice of transportation depends on a variety of factors, like convenience, utility, and safety. For example, to quote my mother, I could not pay her $1 million to ride a bike in a non-protected bike lane. And so continuing our rapid expansion of priority bus lanes, signals, and protected bike lanes will be more cost-effective and more effective at reducing traffic congestion than perhaps paying people directly. However, if you have some spare grant money, financial assistance never hurts. Then regarding the intersection safety upgrades, that's still a work in progress. So I'm excited to see more details later this year. There's a lot of intersections in Cambridge, so along with big reworks, we'll also need a lot of little reworks. Hoboken, New Jersey uses daylighting very effectively. I don't think they've had a traffic death in maybe 7 years. That seems like a lot, so we would want to double check that. But daylighting sometimes removes parking from the corner spaces. Another reason I'm excited for the new zoning language that allows public citizens to use private parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be James O'Keefe. James, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor. James, you have the floor. Please go ahead. We will go to Wayne Altman. Wayne, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm Wayne Altman. I reside in Woburn, Massachusetts, and I'm commenting on POR 2024 number 111, the resolution to endorse S750 Primary Care for You, legislation that doubles primary care investment and increases health equity in Massachusetts. I come to you today asking for the city of Cambridge to endorse this legislation, as the city of Springfield has done recently. We also have 10 other endorsements, including the Massachusetts Medical Society, Healthcare for All, the biggest patient advocacy organization in Massachusetts, and UMass, our state healthcare system, also is endorsed, among others. This legislation addresses a primary care crisis that I suspect everybody is aware of if anybody has tried to have a new primary care physician lately. We did a recent study in a number of communities around Massachusetts, and somewhere between 80 and 90% of primary care physicians are not accepting new patients. And so I think everybody's familiar with the incredible lack of access to primary care. Even if you have a primary care physician, it is hard to get in to see your primary care. I am myself, I'm a family physician in Arlington. I have many patients from Cambridge, and this crisis concerns me greatly. This legislation would double primary care investment in the state of Massachusetts without costing one tax dollar for taxpayers in Massachusetts. It would also dramatically increase health equity in Massachusetts, as well as shifting from fee-for-service to a monthly prospective payment. The endorsement of the city of Cambridge of this legislation would go a long way towards passing this legislation in the next legislative session. Thank you so much for your time.
Before we go to the next speaker, we will go back to James O'Keefe. James, if you can unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Perfect. Sorry about that. So I want to thank Mayor Simmons and the City Council for allowing me to speak before you. My name is James O'Keefe. I'm chair of the Massachusetts Pirate Party. I live in Somerville, and I'm speaking on CMA 2024 number 149. Cambridge does not need more surveillance cameras. Cambridge had no murders last year. Its rate of violent crime is lower than any other similarly sized city, even though those cities generally have extensive public surveillance camera networks. Cambridge was one of the first cities to pass a surveillance ordinance without which city councilors wouldn't even have a say in this matter. Cambridge is a successful, innovative 21st century city in which people want to work and live. It has succeeded because it treats residents and visitors as human beings and not as people to be watched and feared. Expanding the number of surveillance cameras, especially in the city's major squares, will be used by police to monitor and identify the organizers of peaceful protests. That video will be shared with the Boston Regional Information Center. It will go on people's permanent records. Attorney generals of states that ban abortions will request the video of Cambridge police records to track down women visiting the Boston area rape crisis center in Central Square. Can you honestly tell me that the Cambridge police could deny such a request? Do you want aiding the persecution of women for activities that are illegal in the Commonwealth on your conscience? The only way to protect people from misuse of surveillance data is not to gather it at all. The Pirate Party urges you to reject this attempt to expand the number of surveillance cameras in Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Tony Clark. Tony, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mayor Simmons and the assembled body of the City Council. I'm here to talk about Policy Order 111. Dr. Altman spoke to a number of the salient points that I wanted to highlight. So I appreciate former Mayor Councilor Siddiqui for bringing this forth. As Cambridge has been often seen as a leader, I'm extremely excited about the possibility that you guys will begin to continue to show leadership in this particular area. It's particularly important to me when we look at the crisis of COVID and its impact on communities, such as many of the ones in which you guys represent as leaders. And I just want a quick story is that we had one of our families had to go to Plymouth County recently to get primary care support because she was unable to get it here in the region. So I'm really excited about us being a leader in this particular work, but also leveraging our bully pulpit as a city of change and innovation to hopefully get this across the finish line. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Our next speaker is Emily Morsehead. Emily, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Emily Morshed. I live at 5 Wesley Avenue, and I'm here to comment about the applications and petitions item number 3, similar to the first speaker today, Jonathan Slate, my neighbor, about a curb cut for 55 Harvey Street. I'm here to express my concern regarding the proposed curb cut for this 55 Harvey Street. The proposal is for a curb cut on Wesley Avenue, the street that I live on. And I'm asking that the council take serious note of the letter signed by every home on Wesley Avenue, asking that this not be approved. While I understand the need for convenient parking, I believe that approving this request would have several negative impacts on our community. Wesley Avenue is already a small street with just 6 houses on it. Adding a curb cut would further congest the area. This request is part of a proposed development to change a 4-unit apartment building to a very large single-family home that does not fit into the North Cambridge neighborhood. We don't believe the traffic study was done in earnest. The street is extremely narrow and any existing parking across from the curb cut would not be usable. I really appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Lily Gardam. Lily, if you can unmute yourself, you have the floor. You have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. My name is Lily Gardam. I live at 173 Magnolia Street in Dorchester. I will be addressing, I want to speak on CMA 2024 number 149. As someone raising a family in the Boston area and a frequent visitor of the squares that are being proposed to be surveilled, I understand the need to feel safe in these public spaces. But I also believe that public spaces cannot be open and welcoming to all if they become spaces of overt surveillance. Putting up cameras will not address the roots of violence and will only make them more inhospitable to the people who use them, in my opinion. Crime in Cambridge has been on a steady decline for over 50 years, according to the Cambridge Police Department. Surveillance cameras were not needed to cause this decline, so why should they be needed now? Finally, I would suggest that the City Council consider this issue in the fall. I'm not a Cambridge resident, but I know many residents who would be voicing their concerns if they weren't out of town currently. Such a big decision shouldn't be made while so many interested residents are away. Thank you for your time and consideration.
The next speaker on the list is Ruth Riles. Ruth has not joined the Zoom. We will go to James Zoll. James has not joined. We will go to speaker Elon Levy. Elon, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
I would like to first speak to policy order 101, 102, 103 concerning charter change. I hope that the City Council will move swiftly on those, if I understand them correctly, and also take to heart one of the main conclusion of the charter review process and the team is that there will be community involvement. So I would encourage the City Council, once they decide how this is going to proceed, to not only use the special committee and the City Council to talk about this issue, but to really promote it throughout the city so that people can get engaged and get a stake into the future way that we can organize the government of our city. Then I would also like to speak to policy, to the CMA order 149, 150 regarding the camera surveillance. I would like to support what the three previous speakers to these issues have said and emphasize the fact that this is kind of a moral issue and that we need to morally lead on camera surveillance. We don't need those cameras in the square for all the reasons that have been stated by prior speakers. It doesn't make any sense for them to happen, and it's not because there is government funding and that they are in quote free, that they are really free. They will have consequences, and those consequences are going to be negative for the citizens of Cambridge. So I encourage you to reject this appropriation and let our square continue the way they are going, especially considering that we are also, that you are also talking to organizations such as Cambridge Heart and others who will have other solutions than what is there here provided. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jenny Chang. Jenny, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me all right?
You're a little low if you want to speak up, but otherwise, yes, we can hear you.
I have feedback. I can't tell if I'm on my computer phone or my, if I'm on my computer or my, oh, hold on.
We can hear you, Jenny. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Jenny Chang. I'm from North Cambridge. I live on 1 Washburn Terrace. I'm speaking about the policy order 111. I'm also a board certified family medicine doctor and geriatrician. I sit on the board of directors for the Massachusetts Academy of Family Physicians. And for the last 3 years, I served as the medical director for the Tufts Medicaid ACO, which is part of the federal 1115 waiver that allows Medicaid patients to organize into ACOs or systems too. So I want to say that I first heard about this order that the Springfield City Council actually passed a supporting resolution, and I actually invited Wayne Altman to come and speak at this meeting. And so I appreciate that he's gone through a lot of the content, and I know the policy order has a lot of content in it. And I want to thank Tony for speaking about health equity. We know that during COVID, a lot of primary care practices actually suffered when they went from a fee-for-service model and COVID shut everything down. And actually, I run a small independent physician association in the Metro West region, and I lost probably 11 primary care doctors in the system who retired early because they just couldn't manage the funding. This new model actually provides a shift from fee-for-service to a capitated payment that will allow doctors to stay in, primary care doctors specifically, to have a flow of funds that will keep them sustainable and focused on taking care of patients rather than generating income. And so just want to let people know this is already happening with the 1115 waiver. Mass Health, the Medicaid ACOs are already on a capitated payment. And I think this shift is great. If the City Council can support this, it sends a message. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Julie Bernstein. Julie, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Mayor Simmons and City Councilors, thank you for allowing me to testify on CMA 2024 number 149. I'm Julie Bernstein of Two Oak Circle, Dover, representing Digital Fourth, a civil liberties organization with the goal of protecting our rights under the Fourth Amendment. We're extremely concerned by the proliferation of cameras in Boston, where 44 CCTVs, first installed in 2004 with funding by an Urban Area Security Initiative grant from DHS, have expanded to 1,300 cameras. Crime rates in Cambridge are only slightly higher than in Massachusetts as a whole, with 4.12 crimes per 1,000 residents compared to 3.22. There is concern about safety in Central Square since encampments were moved from Mass and Cass, and some homeless people have relocated. The solution to homelessness is not surveillance cameras. As someone who regularly shopped in Central Square in the 1980s as an MIT student carrying groceries back on foot or on the bus and walked to local restaurants at night, I feel much safer in Central Square today. Deploying cameras is tempting because UASC funding makes them free, but please consider that police officers who could be on foot patrol will instead be sitting in front of a monitor. Studies indicate that CCTVs are really only effective in parking lots where they reduce crime by about 50%, and subway systems where crime is reduced about 23%. Any gain in safety from CCTVs must be weighed against the threat to people's privacy. CCTVs in Central Square pose a risk because university students who come from states where abortion is illegal will be filmed en route to Boston Area Rape Crisis Center in Cambridge, and that data could be subpoenaed by an out-of-state law enforcement agency. The problem with camera deployment is that it never remains limited in scope because it is obtained for free from UASC since DHS wants to capture the location of every potential terrorist. This is where CCTVs are just like the writs of assistance, which allowed customs officers without any evidence of a crime to enter any house in Boston and search for smuggled goods. CCTVs are increasingly used retrospectively and have led to the wrongful arrest of 7 individuals, most of whom were Black. Although Cambridge police do not use facial recognition technology, the BRIC, the FBI, and DHS all do, and CCTV recordings are shared with them. We are concerned that the potential to start cataloging where people go.
Thank you, Julie. Please email the remainder of your comments to citycouncil@cambridgema.gov. Our next speaker is Lee Ferris. Lee, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening. I wanted to speak about 3 things. One is the Central Square RFI request for information. Currently, CDD is planning to issue it on August 8th, and I'd like to ask the council to ask CDD to wait on doing that. Instead of issuing the RFI, CDD should hold a community meeting to ask if the public understands and agrees with the goals and methods in the RFI, which deal with redeveloping the city-owned lots on Bishop Allen Drive. I went to a bunch of the meetings and community engagement things in 2023 for Central Square lots, and the RFI does not accurately reflect the vision that I heard from many people in that process. I specifically heard residents ask for 100% affordable housing on top of a cultural space, not asking for market housing in order to pay for a cultural space. We don't want to lose the chance for hundreds of units of 100% affordable housing just because the city doesn't want to make an investment in a public cultural space. I also don't want to see private development on these parcels of public land. CDD needs to revise the RFP to prioritize construction of 100% affordable housing along with the cultural center. On the other two matters, I support PO 15 on the Alewife Garage, and I want to see the manager negotiating for a commuter rail stop and a pedestrian bicycle shuttle bridge. And on the charter reform, I ask councilors to oppose PO 6 so that they can discuss the elected mayor form of government. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Benjamin Ryan. Benjamin, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Simmons. My name is Benjamin Ryan, and my address is 16 Hancock Street in Somerville. I'm here today to voice my opposition to CMA 2024 number 149, the proposed expansion of police surveillance cameras in Cambridge. Our city is fortunate to enjoy remarkably low violent crime rates, which begs the question, why impose additional surveillance on a community that is already safe? Cambridge has long been a place where privacy and personal freedoms are respected and cherished. Increasing the number of surveillance cameras would be a significant intrusion into our private lives. I, along with many residents, do not consent to having my movements constantly monitored and recorded. Surveillance cameras can create a sense of pervasive scrutiny, making citizens feel like they're perpetually under watch. This could undermine the trust and openness that are essential to our vibrant community. Instead of investing in more cameras, we should focus on enhancing community engagement and strengthening relationships between residents and law enforcement through more personal and proactive approaches. Let's protect our privacy and preserve the trust that makes Cambridge a special place. We can maintain our safety without compromising our fundamental rights. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker, Jeremy Dalby, has not joined the Zoom. We will go to Suzanne Blier. Suzanne, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Suzanne Blier, 5 Fuller Place. And I'm speaking about a series of things. One, I really support the bill on primary care that Tony Clark and others spoke to. On manager number 20, increased funding for bike lanes. I think it's really important that we bring in outside specialists into this. We've seen the deaths. I'm not convinced that the city's approach to Appleton Street makes any sense at all. Somebody mentioned lots of little reworks, but we really need experts. And if you're going to spend the money, let's bring in people from the outside. On the AHO report for 2024, still a lot of questions remain. Over $1 million a unit. Questions, are repairs actually getting done, or are these HR and others coming back for more money? There's no overview of management, and we need an outside review of them, as well as design guidelines for larger buildings and an actual city plan. On order number 1 for the big screen TVs for CHA, I certainly support this, but also getting internet into all of our public sponsored housing. Order 9 on the upstream bridge, yes, of course, but we need a city plan. Let's not just leave it up to market factors. On order number 12, updates to boards, yes, and let's also get city council and other meetings to be reported on Twitter so we know what's happening. On heating and cooling, order 14, let's add green spaces and trees because that's important too. Order 15, Alewife, yes, a city priorities, let's do it, but we need a city plan. Committee report 6, town gown, yes, but let's add a town business report as well. We need to engage all of that. And committee report number 7 on housing, let's allow multifamily housing citywide, a simple, clean resolution. Thanks, and thanks for coming in this summer.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Cassie Hurd, followed by James Williamson and Heather Hoffman. Cassie, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Beautiful. Hi, I'm Cassie Hurd. I'm the director of the Material Aid and Advocacy Program. We work with unhoused community members. I am here to share my deep support for Policy Order 2, recommending the City Council Human Services and Veterans Committee host a hearing on current shelter operations and challenges and potential improvements. I also want to share our organization's strong opposition to City Manager Agenda Item 15 that seeks to expand the city's surveillance camera network. In the past 17 years of working in support of and alongside unhoused community members, they've shared countless challenges with both seasonal and year-round shelters in Cambridge that fall under the purview of the concerns outlined in the policy order. MAP and our partners have amplified these concerns, often around personal safety, accessibility, and human rights to specific providers, and when particularly egregious, the city's Health and Human Services Department, who have supported us in attempting to resolve these issues, though typically unsuccessfully. On more than one occasion, we've met with shelter providers where panels of MAP's unhoused organizers and community members have offered feedback. We've also conducted participatory action research that led by our members and offered informal and scenario-based trainings to shelter staff based on this feedback and the principles of harm reduction, transformative justice, and trauma-informed care. Unfortunately, these have also been ineffective in addressing the challenges and often cruelty our community members are experiencing in Cambridge shelters. My hope is that a council hearing that includes and whose outcomes are led by the experiences, expertise, and self-identified needs of unhoused community members will be more effective. That being said, the majority of unhoused community members I work with in Cambridge do not have shelter available to them, whether they have been barred and have no transformative justice process to return or it is not available. To that end, I share our strong opposition to increasing surveillance by the City of Cambridge.
I believe Cassie was finished. We will go to Speaker James Williamson. James, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. James Williamson, Churchill Ave in North Cambridge. First of all, on charter reform, we hear a lot of talk from some people in our society these days about saving our democracy, but we don't seem to be interested in really practicing it or advancing it here in liberal Cambridge. Seems to me that one of the most important potential reforms that was discussed would be the opportunity for the voters, the residents, to consider electing a strong mayor. And it's distressing to think that this might be excluded in a maneuver to not allow it to be considered and potentially voted on. I also don't think that having a 2/3, you already have a 2/3 vote by the committee. To have a 2/3 vote, require a 2/3 vote again by the council, actually doubles down on undemocratic procedure, it seems to me. I very much favor the policy order on extending the hours for swimming pools in the city. It's something I have worked on for years. When I first moved to North Cambridge, the McCrean Pool was actually open through Labor Day weekend. Then, like the next year, I was shocked to find it closed. The mantra has always been, well, we can't get the lifeguards. Well, has sufficient effort been made? I would urge you to get in touch with Anthony Galluccio, who has come up with some proposed ideas to recruit people early. Actually, nothing much was done, but I saw posters up on lamp poles on Ringe Ave from Harvard University trying to recruit lifeguards. I don't think the city administration have done enough to recruit lifeguards. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Heather Hoffman. Heather, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, Heather Hoffman, 213 Hurley Street. I agree with previous speakers that trying to shut down democracy over changing our charter is a bad idea. And I have to say that as I was looking at the agenda, it was so disheartening and distressing to look at all of the old minutes and be reminded of all of the corruption detailed in them. It was really depressing. I am looking forward to the report on the family shelter. I see these people frequently, and they've always been pleasant to me, and I hope I've been pleasant to them, and I worry about them with the changes in state procedures. Glad to see the money for the summer food program. Kids need to eat, adults need to eat, we all need to eat. With respect to Vision Zero, I really wish the city would care a ton more about people with zero or low vision in its discussions of how to do things concerning traffic. I also wish you'd actually care again about pedestrians instead of just tossing the word about with wild abandon. And that includes, with respect to the reference in people who don't own cars, to the 3 bicycle pedestrian ways that the city is busily working on. I know for a fact that Linear Park has a terrible design. It is designed to turn it into a bike parkway, which is not what the easement from the MBTA allows you to do. With respect to Walden Square, listed in the AHO report, I say look at my letter. And yes, the CHA should do more to help residents be civically active, and that would include not retaliating against them if they dare to. Thanks.
Our next speaker will be Glenna Wyman, followed by Ann Coburn and Dan Totten. Glenna, if you can unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead. Glenna, you have to unmute on your end, and then you may speak. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now. Please go ahead.
Okay. Please count my 2 minutes from now. I'm speaking with regard to a few items. Foremost in my mind is the proposed development, public-private development at the Starlight parking lot. I am opposed to the current proposal and would urge the city council to put it on the table and order the city to schedule a public meeting devoted to the topic for all Cambridge residents, but held in the port with regard to, having it be changed, I believe, to 100% deeply subsidized housing atop a world-class cultural music center that engages the young people in the port that once had the Starlight Club. Secondly, I wanted to express my opposition to addition of any surveillance cameras anywhere in the city. I assume there may be some already, but no further. I believe it's an invasion of privacy and does more to create a police state than it does to protect citizens. And then I also urge that the charter reform meeting coming up, that an option be included to discuss election of a strong mayor. And also I support the order for expanding swimming pool hours in Cambridge, which has been a giant struggle in the 11 years I've lived in Cambridge to find places to swim that are affordable. I guess that's it. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Ann Coburn, has not joined the Zoom. Madam Mayor, we've reached a final speaker, Patrick Barrett, followed by which we will call on a few of the people that we skipped before. Patrick, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Patrick Barrett, 907 Main, Cambridge. I'm here to support the introduction of cameras in Central Square. I've heard a lot of people talk about the invasion of privacy. You're talking about a public space, and there is no expectation of privacy in a public space. I'd also call to the attention of the council that most people who've called in to support are to admonish cameras, don't really operate or live in Central Square or in Cambridge at all, and that oftentimes these are the very same people who rush with their cameras to film everything that police officers do in Central Square, 99.9%, which is admirable and I would call the God's work. We need surveillance cameras in Central Square more than any other place in the city. We've had a murder there. Most recently, we had a sexual assault behind the place where Starlight is. I'd also draw attention to some of the comments about development in Central Square, especially when we're talking about the lots. Again, for 4 decades, Central Square has languished behind every other part of the city, in large part due to the advocacy of the same people who are calling in right now, telling you to stop, wait, don't do anything. The porridge is too hot, the porridge is too cold. This is always the way. You're going to be the council that has to rip that Band-Aid off and actually make progress. But if Central Square is truly to be a safe, welcoming, cultural place to be, with housing and all the things we want, we're going to have to start moving forward and making decisions. We need cameras. We need to be able to surveil the crime that's currently taking place in Central Square all the time. We have a significant amount of drug use, drug dealing. We have a significant amount of violence in Central Square. And the thing that comes after that is finding out what is the purpose of Central Square in the city. It's the heart and soul of the city. It needs to be developed. And in order to do that, we need to have vision. And we need to stop listening to the people who always say nay and start moving forward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dan Totten. Dan, sorry I skipped you before. Please go ahead. Dan, if you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, perfect. Okay, my name is Dan Totten, 54 Bishop Allen Drive. I just want to start by saying that, yeah, it's pretty clear that surveillance cameras will be used to criminalize homelessness in Central and Harvard Squares. And so, you know, I'm really concerned about that, and I hope some of you will take a protest vote against it, although I'm sure it's a done deal. I also just want to say Patrick's lamenting people who don't even live here. Well, my understanding is that he's moved to Maine with his family, so that's cool. Anyway, I'm here to talk about the Bishop Allen Drive lots, and I'm here to say that, look, even if you don't agree with my perspective, that the lots should be developed with public investment and not given over to private capital, represent it fairly. There were 7 of us who signed a note, who wrote a note, who worked together, who met and worked together on a note, turned it in, and the summary that's on the agenda tonight says that only 2 responses were opposed because it lumps our response as one, even though 7 people put their names on that response. We worked together. Now, are you telling me that I'm supposed to, get a bunch of people to send the same email in and, waste your time cluttering your inbox? Not me. I wouldn't do that, right? We tried to be efficient with time, and clearly that wasn't respected. And so this weekend, you guys got more emails opposing this private development than were received during the entire 2-week public comment period. So I hope that sends a strong message to you that people in the city are not going to accept private development of this lot, even if you call the partnership, even if you say all options are still open, they're not still open, because this forecloses anything that doesn't have a for-profit way to make money to pay for the cultural center. It's crap. So we're going to peel this thing back layer by layer. It's a surgical summer. Get ready, and I hope you guys will hit pause on this because we need to do it right. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Federico Muchnick. Federico, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, Federico Muchnick, 82 Ridgedale Ave, calling in about obviously Walden Square and wind development. Just updating the council on the Affordable Housing Trust meeting, which took place on August 1st. it was through public opinion and clarity and hard work. We were able to convince the AHT to push back the decision on approving WIN's petition until September at least, and really take to heart what the planning board had said in its report. So I'm going to use my time here just to offer some quotes from that meeting. Susan Schlesinger, I think to everybody that and it's clear, I think, to everybody that the circulation issues there are very, very tough. It's a private roadway that's used publicly, and there's just a lot of issues about pedestrian and bicycle uses and neighborhood uses. To which Chris Cotter adds, okay, we'll just hold it, meaning the planning board report, and bring it back with an update. Earlier, August 1, on a CDD memo, the board's report notes a need for more review of aspects of WIN's proposed plan than we have seen in other reports. That should be a red flag. That should be an indicator that there's quite a few things wrong with WIN's 250-foot tunnel slab and tunnel design. Moreover, we were able to persuade, I'm not sure it was us, but anyway, Chris Cotter, and I quote, "We can also ask them," meaning WIN, "to look at the alternate design that's coming up to understand how they looked at it. It would be appropriate for them to give us their comments on that as well." So in the next 30 days, we'll be presenting more detailed drawings on that alternate design. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We will just go back to calling some of the people that were skipped from before. Mary Ellen Kent. Mary Ellen, if you can unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes. Mary Ellen does not seem to be able to unmute. Ruth Riles. Ruth has not joined. James Zoll. James, if you can unmute yourself, you have the floor. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. This is James Zoll, 203 Pemberton Street. Responding to the very late attempt to derail a very long process that's been going on to increase the amount of affordable housing here in North Cambridge at Walden Square Apartments. I can see a bit of one of their buildings right now, looking out my living room window, and was surprised to see in tonight's agenda attempts to drag the process out that's gone on for a couple of years, try to drag it out even longer. The people behind this seem to be ignoring a lot of things. They've ignored the community meetings that have happened over the last couple of years, the public hearings, including a couple of reviews of the public design under the AHO requirements that were held by the planning board that culminated in a unanimous favorable recommendation from the planning board. The people behind this effort seem to be ignoring the AHO itself, which attempted to reduce the anti-housing impact in the middle of our housing shortage that comes from scattered groups of people who say they support affordable housing but don't want any of it near them. I hope the materials that they've been circulating get the same level of inspection by CDD and the council that they're expecting affordable housing itself to have. For example, they're claiming that they have an architect. They want to use their architect's plan. They claim more units than the existing plan. They ignore the fact that it would require actual destruction of some of the existing units. I hope you don't take this too seriously, this late effort.
Mr. Zoll, that was time. You can please email the remainder of your comments to the council and CC the clerk. We will go to Jeremy Dalby. Jeremy, if you can unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Dalby, and some of you may better know me as the guy in front of City Hall with the flyers. I have spent time at the Warming Center in recent years, giving me firsthand experience with many of its issues. My specific concerns include a lack of proper training in de-escalation techniques, staff sleeping on the job, retaliation from staff when grievances are reported, being singled out and targeted by other guests, staff covering up for each other, bullying, physical threats from other guests, unsanitary conditions, such as zero soap or bathroom tissue, unwashed floors, and the theft of $1,100 worth of my laptop and storage devices while I slept. After the theft, I was told, well, you shouldn't have brought it in here in the first place. And the staff continued to joke and laugh at me for about a month. Homeless individuals deserve safe and healthy living conditions, dignity and respect. There must be accountability for everything the staff allowed to happen. For me, the lack of housing placement by Bayco was a top concern, and having them replace the stolen items is also paramount. It was all I had left. I hope the city seriously addresses these concerns before they worsen and affect future guests. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker will be Constantine. Constantine, I believe you were with Jeremy. So if you're on the same device, please go ahead.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. I like what the gentleman said. Longest story short, I know I have 2 minutes, not 2 hours, but thanks for this privilege and giving me to be able to bring these issues, because not only as a resident of Cambridge, this stuff is very, very important, but it's really damaging our society and good people and those people that they want to do something, help people, and they keep them down. And there are individuals, these shelters, I don't know how safe it is for me not to get shot by this, I trapped by this organization many times. Unfortunately, in 2020, when I passed my mom, and we lived in Cambridge for many years, there are a lot of unfortunate things happen. My mom was that pillar, like as they say, domino effects, that when she fell, within a couple of months, a lot of things happened. I got conned and my wallet was stolen by this Dr. Henry Kim, which his name wasn't Henry Kim, but longest story short, I got to stick in the subject. I do apologize. So my wallet was stolen and I found myself on the street. I was really going crazy. The whole world was running over my head and I could not understand how did I get to this point after everything I had. Now I'm on the street. So unfortunately, I found myself on Bay Cove, and I don't know where to start, where to end, but degradation, threats, they stole very valuable stuff, gold watch that my grandma gave me 19 years ago. I really don't know how to, but this is what I realized. As the officers, which unfortunately I can't say their name at this point, but I'm really grateful that they talked to me because they saw me how I was on the street with so much anger, anxiety, and it just like hopelessness, and I was in pain. And they told me everything about what I needed to know. But this is what is happening. Those people that unfortunately, they get to the point they shouldn't be in these shelters. They don't drink, they don't do drugs, they pay the taxes, they served the government, and they went to the war, and now they lost everything. They stay on the street, and nobody helps them. Even getting their ID or driver license, social security card.
Constantine, thank you for your comments. That was the time. If you want to put the remainder in writing, you can give them to us here in the council office or email them to citycouncil@cambridgema.gov. Madam Mayor, I believe there's one more person, Justin Safe, who would like to make public comment.
Yes, go forward.
Justin, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Simmons and the rest of the council. I am in support of extending the hours of the swimming pools, and I would say that one way to make the Gold Star pool work better would be to cover it and keep it open year round, and then we wouldn't have to worry about finding seasonal workers. with regard to the Walden Square proposal, I am quite concerned about creating a loophole in the affordable housing overlay, where if you can put up an online petition, unverified, you can then seek to have your demands met at the 11th hour. Clearly the same people who are claiming they have alternatives that have not been vetted, the people who have opposed the project for how long? 4 years, 5 years now. As many of you know, the work of CU Professor Catherine Levine is based in part on Cambridge and neighborhood defenders, and it goes to show why construction costs in Greater Boston are so high and why it is so hard to build new homes and why we are so far behind in addressing the need for housing, particularly affordable housing in our region. And it's Cambridge, which has done great work to try and address this situation, doesn't move expeditiously and according to the set procedures, then we've just walked it back completely, and that is not something we want to see. Thank you all very much.
Madam Mayor, that is all who were expecting to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Stefan. So that concludes public comment. I'd like to entertain a motion to close public comment.
So moved.
On a motion by the Vice Mayor to close public comment, please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett. Absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is reported as absent.
The comment is now closed on the affirmative vote of 8 members. We're moving now to the submission of the record. We have a total of 14 items on the submission of the record. 9 sets of minutes from 2019 and 5 sets of minutes from the recent meetings. The meetings from 2019 include September 9th, September 23rd, October 7th, October 28th, November 4th, November 18th, November 25th, November 26th, and December 9th of 2019. The more current agenda items relative to the record are May 13th, June 3rd, June 10th, June 17th, and June 24th of 2024. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the minutes, the 9 set of minutes, the 14 items, period.
So moved.
On a motion by the Vice Mayor to accept these minutes and place them on file, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett. Absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Wilson.
Present.
Present. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 7 members have voted yes, 1 member has voted present, and 1 member is recorded as absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The minutes have been accepted by the affirmative vote of 7 members, 1 voting present, 1 absent. We'll now move to the reconsideration. In accordance with our council rules, the Vice Mayor McGovern, filed a reconsideration on policy order number 94, that the City Council support the Massachusetts state ballot question to decriminalize natural psychedelics for therapeutic use. So the Vice Mayor makes a motion to reconsider policy order number 2024, number 94. Please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett. Absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
Matter is reconsidered on the affirmative vote of 8 members. Vice Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, we got a long night ahead of us, so I won't belabor this. When we took the vote at the last meeting before the break, some members wanted some more information about the ballot question. And so I filed for reconsideration so that we could have the time, the proponents of the ballot question could reach out to members of the council and provide them with more information, which I believe has happened. And so I would like to retake the vote.
The Vice Mayor makes a motion to adopt policy order number 94 from the previous meeting. Madam, is there any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, would please call the roll.
Counselor Azim?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Pickett? Absent. Counselor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Toner?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons?
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
The matter is adopted on the affirmative vote of 8 members, 1 member recorded as absent. We'll now move to the city manager's agenda. There are 27 items. Please note that on your agenda, number 149 and 150 appear out of order, but that's because that's how we got them from the city manager. So moving forward, what is the pleasure of the city council?
Mayor Simmons,
Councilor Nolan.
number 19. And number 3.
Pleasure of the city council. Council Sabrina Wheeler.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Can I pull 4, 15, and 23?
I've got number 4. What was the other one, sir?
15 and 23.
15 and 23.
Yep, exactly.
Madam Mayor, number 17.
Any others? Pleasure of the city council. Hearing nothing else, let me get over what I have pulled. Number 3, pulled by Councilor Nolan. Number 4, pulled by Councilor Sabrina Wheeler. Number 15, pulled by Councilor Sabrina Wheeler. Number 17, pulled by Councilor Toner. Number 19, pulled by Councilor Nolan.
Move adoption of the remaining items.
Number 23, pulled by Councilor Sabrina Wheeler. Did I get them all?
Mayor Simmons,
Yes.
can we pull 27?
27. Pleasure of the city council.
Move adoption on the remainder of the balance.
On the motion by Councilor Nolan to move adoption on the balance, several of these require a roll call, but these votes all tonight will be by roll call. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Counselor Azim?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Pickett? Absent. Counselor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Toner?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons?
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
And the matters are voted on affirmatively by 8 members. We'll move now to the non-consent agenda, starting with number 3. This is pulled by Councilor Nolan, reads as follows. A communication transmitted from Yan Wong, city manager, relative to an update on the safety net family shelter. Councilor Nolan, floor is yours.
You're muted.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Simmons. I pulled this because I know the city manager wanted to apprise the community of what has been in the news, which is the situation with the family safety net. And there was not a lot of detail on the agenda. So I think it's appropriate just to hear from the city on what it is that the community and the council should know about the city's efforts.
Councilor Nolan yields the floor. Mr. City Manager. Deputy City Manager, Ms. Penzak, I believe, is probably with us. The floor belongs to you.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, through you, Mayor Simmons, and thank you for pulling this, Councilor Nolan. I know this has been in the news, especially in the last couple of weeks since the administration announced a 5-day limit, stay limit on the overflow shelters. We have been in very close conversation with the State Incident Command team and the EOHLC team to better understand how they're going to implement that. I thought it might be helpful actually to first just give a very brief overview of where we are. This is the emergency assistance family shelter system that the state has been running for many, many years. At its current time, the formal emergency assistance system is about 7,500 families. And on average, families are staying about 1 year in that program. Of those 7,500 families, there are 3,700 that entered as migrants, refugees, or asylum seekers. And the governor, a little while ago, announced a cap on that system at 7,500 families. What we now have is 4 existing overflow shelter sites that are in 4 communities. There's one in Cambridge, one in Norfolk, one in Lexington, and one in Chelsea. So 4 communities have overflow shelters, and the administration announced a change to move from these being overflow shelter sites for families that are waiting to get into that permanent 7,500 family shelter system. Those overflow sites will now be temporary respite sites where there will be a 5-day limit, and families who go into those sites will actually have to come off of the waiting list for the EA system for 6 months. So that's the policy change. There's also been a set of prioritization changes that in effect will make it, I think, easier for families who are here, who are either being evicted from their homes or fleeing domestic violence situations, to get into those 7,500 spots. At this time, there are 340 families in the overflow shelter system. That's across the 4 sites. And then within Cambridge, we have about 80 families. I think a lot of the conversation we've been having with the state is how we're balancing this pretty impossible tension, where I think on one hand, the state and the administration, having both visited the border and had a lot of conversations with other states and cities about their policies regarding families, migrants, and shelters, they have found that Massachusetts has relatively more generous policies and supports than those other cities, and that the resources that are being put into this overall system are beyond what the state budget can support. And so the overall system, I think for this last fiscal year, is topping $1 billion. And then the overflow sites, I think the latest estimate, at least in the press, was about $125 million. And so the challenge is then, where are families going to go? And I think we shared a lot of the concern that we have both within the city administration and conversations I've had with the city council, and I know in our community, that we'll end up with families and children on the streets. And that is something that I know that the administration is really seeking to avoid. And yet we're trying to balance between these really difficult dynamics. I think I was encouraged to see greater flexibility that the administration has announced in terms of allowing families who really don't have another place to go to stay and give them a little bit more time. But I think how this will play out over the coming weeks is still pretty uncertain. So I think we are going to continue to be in really close connection with the state. We will be monitoring our community. We are working really hard to try and identify, especially students who have been in Cambridge Public Schools that we have a connection with, and to figure out how many of them are in overflow shelters and to what extent they have a place to go. But I will say, this has been a lot of the conversation we have been having as a team within the city, but saying are the options that we have, and it has been really difficult given the state's movement to no longer provide long-term overflow shelter. It would be really difficult for the city to step into that. And I think Phoebe will fill in additional updates and also talk a little bit about, how we think if there are people in our community who want to help, what they may be able to do. And so I think that's a quick overview of essentially the system and where we are today. But I think Phoebe and then Maura Pensack have been really leading the coordination work with the state. And I think she can give a bit of an update in terms of those conversations and what we're expecting in the coming weeks.
Mr. City Manager, are you yielding the floor?
Yes, yielding to Phoebe West in the Office of the Housing Liaison, and then happy to take questions after that.
Ms. West, the floor is yours, and after which we'll be hearing from Ms. Penzac. Is that the idea?
Ms. Penzac is on vacation, so we have given her a reprieve while she is out, but she has been very connected to this, and we've been in close contact while I was on vacation last week to just make sure that we were following the developments with the state and thinking about what we can do.
Excellent. Ms. West, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So I'm just going to give kind of a little more detail to what Eon was talking around these kind of two big changes to the way that family shelter works. Just for clarification, we might call it family shelter. We could also call it EA, which stands for emergency assistance. It's the same process. Another kind of point of context that helps to understand is that there are kind of two different systems for the family shelter system and the individual shelter system. While individual shelters are run by continuums of care, and so ours is the Cambridge Continuum of Care, that's for individuals. The families who are homeless, that system is run by the state. And so that's why there's sometimes kind of some misalignment or differences in the way that things are run for families and the way that things are run for individuals. So the two kind of big changes, as Ian talked about, is first is that there's the shift in prioritization, and families will be prioritized for shelter if they are homeless because of no fault eviction. So that could be something like a building sale, if at least one family member is a veteran, or if they're exiting the DCF Young Parent Living Program due to age limits. And this will kind of add on to the continuing prioritization if families have specific medical needs, are at risk of domestic violence, or are homeless because of a fire, flood, or other disasters. If there are no shelter units available, then those prioritized families will be eligible to temporarily stay at the clinical safety risk assessment sites, which are in Quincy and Revere. The second big shift, and I think the one that is most relevant to our community because of the shelter located at the Registry of Deeds, is that the safety net shelters are transitioning to be these called temporary respite centers, or TRCs as the state is calling them. The new process for families is if a family applies for family shelter, and they can apply at DTA locations, and is found to be eligible, but not prioritized, they can choose to stay at one of these temporary respite centers. If they choose to stay, they will have 5 business days at the temporary respite center, where families will be able to access basic necessities and have case management. If they choose that temporary respite center route, they will leave on the 6th business day and will wait to be activated on the EA shelter waiting list for 6 months. So essentially, if you choose that 5 days at the respite site, you're waiting for your name to even be put into the pool for 6 months. Just so we all know, the temporary respite centers can grant some flexibility. They have a 5 to 30-day administrative extensions, which can be done at any point in the family's stay for various needs, including rehousing plans, delays in transportation, and health-related events. It's a big win to have that kind of little bit of flexibility. But it's really saying either you choose to stay at temporary respite center and you're going to wait a long time to get onto the waiting list at all, or you can get onto the waiting list, but you don't have anywhere to go in the interim. And this shift also affects the current families who are staying at Registry of Deeds. So these were folks who entered Registry of Deeds before August 1st when all this came into effect. Current families were notified of the change and will be discharged on a rolling basis over the next month or so based on their entry date. So those who had been staying the longest are the first to be exited, and the state anticipates that the first of those families will be exited on Friday. In the interim, case managers at the shelter have been working with families to identify what their next safe place is. And kind of there are two avenues that the state is really saying for families who are either waiting or in this kind of weird middle space. The first is to utilize the state's home-based program that gives families up to about $30,000 over 3 years to support rent and other housing-related costs. So that's a voucher that you can use to help you kind of get find housing and then use that to help with your first month's rent, security deposit, furniture, and all that kind of stuff. The other kind of avenue that the state is supporting people go down is what they're calling reticketing, which is helping families identify if there's another place that they can go, and then the state will pay for them. So if you're like, I've got an aunt who lives in Maine, the state will pay for you to get on a bus or get on a plane to go to Maine. We anticipate that all the families who are staying at Registry of Deeds before August 1st will be exited the shelter by the end of August. But those families will retain their spot on the EA list. So it's a really big change to the way that things have happened. And I think with all this said, and just reiterating what Eon said, everything is subject to change and could pivot. And we've had a really close relationship with both the state and the shelter provider, and we'll continue to give feedback about how we can keep families safe. I will also say, just because of how nuanced and complicated this system now is, we have urged families who are experiencing homelessness or worried about homelessness, and folks who are working with families like this, to really come to our office, the Office of Housing Liaison, for support and help to navigate these options because of how complicated they are. And with that, that is the update.
So Ms. West yields the floor. Pleasure of the City Council. Council Sabrina Wheeler, keep your hands up. The floor is yours.
Thanks for this update, which was really helpful. And I had a question about the specifics. I think this sort of laid out the overview of the changes in the program and sort of what is expected to happen in the big picture over the next month. I was curious, for the 80 families who are in Cambridge at the shelter in East Cambridge, do we know how many of them will use the home-based program and find a space in Massachusetts? How many are going to use the reticketing and go elsewhere, and how many are still figuring things out? Just wondering over the tangible need of those 80 families, what we can expect.
Ms. West?
Yeah, for you, Madam Mayor, we don't know. The impression that I got from the state is that it will be all free, that some people will reticket or relocate use their existing social networks. I think some will be able to utilize the home-based program. The home-based program is really exciting and also is quite a challenge. As we all know, it's hard to find affordable rent in Massachusetts. And presently, there definitely are some families who don't have a plan just yet on what they're going to do and where they're going to end up.
Thank you. Thanks again for all your work on this, and looking forward to continuing to engage and figuring out how the council can support.
Council, you yielding the floor?
Yes, thank you.
Pleasure of the City Council. Hearing none.
Accept the report.
On a motion by Councilor Nolan to accept the report and place on file, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On the motion to place on file, Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett, absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
And the matter is placed on file by the affirmative vote of 8 members. We will now move to number 4, City Manager's agenda. This was pulled by Council Sabrina Wheeler, reads as follows. A communication transmitted from Yan Wong, City Manager, relative to an update on the preschool program. We also have with us to answer any questions, the Deputy Assistant City Manager, Ellen Semenoff, and an interim I'm not trying to get rid of you. Interim Superintendent Dave Murphy. Council Sabrina Wheeler, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, through you, and thanks to city staff for this report, which is really helpful to understand how the pre-K program is rolling out, and great to see that all, I believe, 4-year-olds were given assignments for next year, and all priority 3-year-olds, and hopefully we can keep expanding to 3-year-olds. I had a couple questions, and the one was in looking at the list of participating programs for the 2024-2025 school year. There's a whole list of CPS, DHSP programs, community-based programs, and a couple family childcare programs. I'm just curious, there were just 2 family childcare programs that are participating next year, the CNC Family Childcare and the Learning Sprouts Cambridge. Just curious and understanding what that looks like in terms of why just those 2 family childcare programs, if it was because family childcare tends to serve younger children than those eligible for pre-K, if there were requirements that family childcare programs couldn't meet. Just trying to get a little bit of better understanding why these family childcare programs participated and if and why others weren't able to.
Assistant City Manager Semenoff, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of things. I think you were getting close to the reasons. Because we put out requests for bids last year during the year to the family child care providers. And we also, through the Office of Early Childhood, have been supporting a group of between 10 and 15 family childcare providers and encourage childcare providers who were in a position to do so, to apply. And I think that there was the possibility of a 3rd program that was ready to apply. You were right, Councilor Wheeler, that many of the family childcare providers serve children, do not serve 4-year-olds. Many of it is a little bit unusual. Many of them serve infants up through 3-year-olds and a small number of 4-year-olds. The 2 programs that applied and were accepted have been participating with the staff of the Office of Early Childhood and were deemed themselves ready and were found to be ready and were actually selected then by families to have children. We don't have a lot of children there, but this is certainly something that we will continue to work with family child care providers to expand it because it's one more option for families.
That's great to hear. Thank you. And that's helpful. Yeah, we hope we can continue expanding family child care for those reasons, as well as their Cambridge residents, and that because the home-based, and I think often is a great location for families just in the neighborhood. Some of the bilingual options and be family child care as well. So all great reasons. I hope we can continue to expand. And then the one other question I had was just curious in looking at the chart on, I think it's page 3, on the breakdown of where students are going from CPS, DHSP, community providers. There was a greater percentage of 3 and 4-year-olds in the priority category and community providers and DHSP, and a greater percentage of the general population in CPS. Just curious if that was because the priority 3 and 4-year-old families were choosing those options, or the spots filled up first, just sort of what was behind those trends.
Ms. Semenoff?
Sure, I could start, but then I think Interim Superintendent Murphy could certainly give an answer. Part of this is the way in the slots that the schools have for 3-year-olds versus the available. We had children that we have been providing scholarships to in the past prior to the rollout of the CPP program. we were providing scholarships. You might remember we had about 75 3- and 4-year-olds that we were providing scholarships to. And so the commitment when we were creating the universal pre-kindergarten program was that we would continue to provide slots for priority 3-year-olds in the same way that we previously had, but rolling that into this program. And in addition, we made a commitment through the Human Services Department that we would make an effort to serve between 40 and 50% of the 3-year-olds that we served would be priority 3-year-olds. Whereas Interim Superintendent Murphy can talk about the process and the programs where the school department accepts 3-year-olds.
Gotcha. Thank you. That's helpful. That's all the questions I had. I yield back.
Mr. Murphy, did you want to add anything to that? You're muted. Did we lose him? There you go. Okay, he's coming back, I think. Do you have sound now?
Mayor, are you able to hear me now?
We can hear you now.
I apologize. And through you, in response to the councilor's question, I think Ms. Seminoff essentially covered essentially what the distinction is and alluded to what the other specific variable that distinguishes the two situations, which is that the school department under school committee policy uses a slightly different threshold with respect to distinguishing between economically disadvantaged, essentially. And so there's a higher threshold for the DHSP programs. And I would imagine that a byproduct of that is the slight difference in percentages that that the counselor has pointed out. And that is, it's something that we've looked at, but the underlying objective with respect to the socioeconomic status of the school committee policy is to ensure a representative constituency of students across all of our schools. And so it's essentially that policy difference is, I believe, part of what has led to that distinction.
Thank you, Superintendent Murphy.
Thank you, Mayor.
Let me just, by way of introduction, I think most people on this Zoom know Dave Murphy. He was recently appointed by the school committee to serve as interim superintendent. So I want to, well, from the council side of things, welcomed him to the fray, and she'll have other opportunities to engage with him. But for those that may not know Mr. Murphy, he comes well qualified in his current position as COO for the school department and has hit the ground running and is doing yeoman's work. So we want to thank him for that. But I also wanted to introduce to some and reintroduce to others so that may not know him.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a pleasure to be here.
Council Sabrina Wheeler, are you yielding the floor?
I am. Thank you.
Council Sabrina Wheeler yields the floor. Council Siddiqui, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Through you, I think, Councilor Sabrina Wheeler, you had similar questions, so thank you for asking those. I first just wanted to say, just reflecting on all the work that's gone into this, just thank everyone who made this possible. It's been such a priority for years, and to bring it here, it took a lot. So I want to appreciate everyone on the city and school sides to do this. It's great. As you can see, I'm a little like, it's just great to just see. And so I'm very excited about where we are. My question would be, this had come up in a lot of conversations, particularly in the ad hoc that we had on this issue around kind of 3-year-olds. And so the 3-year-olds, if I was trying to get a sense of the math here, and I couldn't decipher it, how many non-priority 3-year-old applications were there? Is it the
Yeah.
Yeah, gonna figure that out.
Through you, Councilor Siddiqui, if you give me a minute, maybe ask another question that that Interim Superintendent Murphy could answer for you, and I will give you that answer.
Great. And I guess the second would be, there's a section here that says looking ahead to future years. And I think it says that some of the structural revisions are unlikely to be implemented, prior to the next, the 26, 27. And I'm just curious, a lot of this will happen, I assume, in school committee because these are some of the school committee policies. But I think as far as the funding goes and, whether we are going to one day go beyond and do not just the priority 3-year-olds, I think trying to think about what does that look like? What is the cost associated with that look like? I know that Office of Early Childhood, that was definitely a conversation that was happening. So I think my question would be how, where is that work going to be happening? And I think what does the city manager and the schools need from this body with respect to some of these ongoing conversations? Thanks.
Mayor, did you want me to start in response?
Sorry, Mayor Simmons, you're muted.
Thank you. The floor is yours, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Councilor Siddiqui. I think there were, as the council knows, there were 2 memos that were provided, one from Ms. Seminoff and one from myself, sort of outlining the specific implications with regard to the inaugural rollout of the preschool program and what, from our respective positions, we saw as sort of some of the key takeaways from the work that's been done thus far. And things that we're looking forward to looking into the future for. One of the variables that will be different for this school year as compared to last school year is that the matching process, essentially the registration process that goes through the Office of Early Childhood, will be on an earlier timeline. So during this first season of registration, the matching period, as we call it, took place between early December and mid-January, and then assignments were issued in early March. For purposes of planning, I think particularly out of respect for the partners that are joining us as community providers, and certainly with an eye toward the fiscal implications for the city, that timeline is taking place earlier in the year, meaning that it's going to take place essentially in the fall. In October and November will be the registration process. Due to that earlier timeline, any of the structural elements of the program that will be in place when children arrive in the 24-25 school year, we anticipate will be essentially the same for the 25-26 school year. Some of those potential mechanical changes that we might want to consider based on our experiences and our learnings thus far, it wouldn't make sense to plan to implement them given the timeline has already taken place in an earlier portion of the year. But looking ahead to the 26-27 school year, that would be ample time to consider whether or not on the city or the school side, there may be things that we would like to consider to improve the program, make it more accessible for families, and overall, smooth out some of the operational challenges. So I think that's why we have said essentially the second year of Cambridge Preschool Program will be very similar to the first, but beyond that, we want to leave the door open to some potential changes that might make it better for our families.
Councilor Siddiqui.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I
Yes.
could,
You have that information for us?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would say, and I can get you a better answer for sure, but I think we're talking about 270 3-year-olds who, if you look at the numbers of who applied and who got accepted, who didn't end up in a slot, since we took all the 4-year-olds got slots and the all of the high priority 3-year-olds who applied got slots. The remaining number are the lower priority 3-year-olds. So for the coming year, we actually are adding between the Justice Start site that many of you may recall that Human Services is adding 4 classrooms in the new Justice Start building where the training center is. And so we will have 4 new classrooms there. And when I'm told the Tobin building will open for September also of next year, and we will have 4 additional classrooms there. And so on the assumption at the moment that those will be a split between 3- and 4-year-olds, we will have an additional 70 seats for 3-year-olds next year in the 25-26 school year. We will be able to accommodate approximately another 70 beyond the numbers we were able to accommodate this year, in addition to being another opportunity for 4-year-olds.
Council Siddiqui?
Okay, thank you. I will just say that I think this is made mostly, I guess, to the city manager, but as we think about 26, 27, thinking about these numbers, just having an open line with the council around priorities here, and I think we'll learn a lot in the next these 2 years. But as has been mentioned, kind of the next steps, they're thinking about them, or you have to do it kind of way sooner. So, but I yield. I just wanted to say that. Thank you for the information, and I look forward to how everything rolls out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Siddiqui. Yields the floor. Council Wilson, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, thank you, Assistant City Manager Seminoff, as well as Interim Superintendent Murphy, for being here and for sharing. It's really good to see this work come to fruition, and also recognizing that there are some challenges along the way, some bumps in the road that you all are already thinking about how to streamline some things. I think the application moving it up is just one easy one, right? Compared to some of the more challenging and difficult ones. I really just want to thank our partners, to everyone who has signed up to be a part of this, inaugural rollout of universal preschool, and really just look forward to continuing to expand and make sure that families who need have, in terms of access to care through this program. I did have a question. I know that in the process of us continuing, like as we were working through this through the ad hoc committee, I think I might have mentioned, what would it look like for us to add applications just for our 2-year-olds so that we can already start to project what that would look like for the following year. And I think there was a lot of conversation or a little bit of conversation around it, but never really kind of rolled out. And I just want to bring it forward now, just so that we are, I believe that initially there were maybe like 1,100 spots. And then through those 1,100 spots, and you could confirm that, I feel like I heard that through this process, that there were like 1,100 spots. And so now we're filling 777 of them, of those seats. But what would it look like if we met to our max? And so whether that is, supporting all the 3-year-olds, those additional 200 applications that we were not able to seat, or even expanding to 2-year-olds. Is that a possibility or something that we can be looking into in the future?
I'll direct that question to both Ms. Seminoff and Mr. Murphy. I don't know who wants to jump into the fray first.
Mayor, I would defer to Ms. Seminoff. 2-year-olds.
That might be why.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there are a couple of issues here. And one of the issues is obviously a cost issue. That's something that the city manager and the city council, and ultimately, I guess the school committee would need to be considering. Forget for the moment about 2-year-olds. If we had accepted an additional 253-year-olds, let's say, which would be, we would be paying for those 3-year-olds within our community programs. That number roughly would be another $7.5 million to provide free preschool for those additional 3-year-olds. And so what I would say is some of this is a capacity issue, but I would say more than that, it is a question of whether providing a free 3-year-old program for all families, regardless of income, is the direction that the city wants to go in. And as I said, it's also a financial issue. I know we're also looking at what does universal after school look like. So these are things ultimately for the city manager and for the council to be wrestling with as we go forward.
Mayor, if I could just add one brief comment.
Mr. Murphy, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Councilor Wilson. I think from the school department's perspective, I said a moment ago, sort of jokingly, that 2-year-olds are more in the realm of DHSP and the school department, but beyond the sort of fiscal and operational implications that Ms. Seminoff notes, from our perspective from the district, our involvement and participation in the universal preschool program is both to be a contributive constituent part of the city and a part of the impressive and I would even say inspiring vision for the universal preschool program that so many of you have advanced over the years. But it's also to serve our core mission, which is to prepare students for post-secondary experiences. And as our educators in the Special Start program and those who have taught junior kindergarten and many who will now teach as part of this inaugural class of the preschool program know, we are laying the foundation right from the first time a 3 or 4-year-old comes into the Cambridge Public Schools so that they can have a successful academic trajectory and move hopefully toward graduation from CRLS. And the risk always when we consider mission expansion is the question over how well we are doing our core mission now and wanting to maintain that focus. And so I say that only because I think it is sort of related to from the Cambridge Public Schools perspective, how our involvement and engagement with the Universal Preschool Program is meant to serve our broader and more central mission. And that's something that the scale of our involvement and engagement needs to be based on at all times. So hopefully that makes sense and you can see how that's related to that question. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Yields the floor. Council Wilson, other questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And just to add on, and I appreciate both of your responses and obviously the financial implication is definitely huge, right? And we want to look into that and think about what does that look like. And I think going to Council Siddiqui's point around the city manager kind of keeping us abreast of how we can expand as we continue to see I'm going to say the success, right, of this work. Along those lines of seeing the success of this work is thinking about how we are going to measure the success and how do we look at that. And I'm just curious because how are we planning to really see that this is a successful program? I feel like there's a lot of things that get introduced and implemented that we never technically follow up on. And so really wanting to get some thoughts about like how might we get an annual report or something like that that's giving us some updates. Any thoughts around that?
Ms. Seminoff, Mr. Murphy?
Ms. Seminoff, do you want me to go first?
Sure. Then you can wrap up and give the rest of the answers.
Okay.
What I would want to say is first, We do have an evaluation partner, and we have deep partner in the school system, which, as you know, has a lot of capacity to look at data for the children. So all of the children who are enrolled through CPP are now known to us and known to the school system, which gives an opportunity for us to track where kids came from and to track what and performance is probably the wrong word, but as we look at the developmental gains of children in kindergarten, we'll be able to look at what do those kindergarten classes look like, what do those first, second, and third grade classes look like based on more children having been able to be in different sites. And in theory, we'll have data which will help support, if you've come from a DHSP site, or you've come from a school site, or you've come from different community sites. Some of it depends on the children who are coming, but what do we see? And there are, the curriculum is selected, there are evaluations within the classroom. So I think we will ultimately have a lot of data, Counselor Wilson, that we'll be able to draw from.
Thank you, Ms. Seminoff. Mr.
Thank
Murphy?
you. My last question, Madam Mayor, and thank you. Through you, it's just some.
I wanted to see if Mr. Murphy wanted to respond to that. Otherwise,
I'll respond very briefly and through you to Councilor Wilson. I'll say first, I want to thank the counselor for the question, because I think in the excitement of rolling out this program and the fact that the Cambridge community is distinguishing itself from, frankly, most other communities in prioritizing educational foundation in the way that we are through the UPK program, it can be easy to lose sight of the fact that we have to continue to ask the question, what's actually working and what impact is this having? So I think it's a question that I'm glad that we're asking it now before the first children have actually come in the door, but it's something that we have to continue to ask. And as Ms. Seminoff said, from the school department's perspective, we have access to much greater data than the other providers, because the children are with us longer and we're able to essentially synthesize that data and really draw conclusions, which I'm sure that we will in the years ahead. And I think it's important, as I said a moment ago, with respect to our core mission, that we're measuring success on the actual impact our programs are having and how outcomes are improving. So that's something we'll always remember. I will just say one quick data point that I think is something that the community should take great pride in, is that amongst the registrations and matching process for this first class, approximately 90% of families were placed in one of their top 3 choices, which is consistent with the CPS enrollment in the kindergarten lottery system. So the fact that in a system that's significantly more complex, we were able to maintain that level of satisfaction, I think is in and of itself it is a success. It's not a core success, because ultimately we're not here to just make people happy. We are here to make sure that, again, we're improving outcomes for students and eliminating gaps, and that will continue to be what our focal point is and what we'll look to the data toward. Thank you, Mayor.
thank you, Mr. Murphy. Back to you, Councilor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this is my final question. I want to appreciate y'all for your time and indulging me in these questions. In terms of talking about gaps, looking into after school and thinking about after school opportunities, especially for our 4-year-olds, but also including some of these 3-year-olds as well. Maybe this is not a question that gets answered right now unless you have, I see Ms. Seminoff, but this is an important one that I wish that we can really figure this one out.
Councilor Wilson, let me say this. It's an important question that you've been a leader in asking that question. So I thank you for that. We're still trying to figure it out. It really depends, as you probably already know, what program you are placed in, which we probably don't have the time because our agenda is so lengthy this evening, but it might be good for us to, not in August, to have a roundtable so we can tease out some more of those questions. So if you wouldn't mind holding on to that, let's look into September to have a conversation between both bodies, and we can answer those questions more fully for the members.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you all so much. I yield the floor, Madam.
Councilor Wilson yields the floor. The floor is now to the Vice Mayor, followed by Councilor Nolan. Vice Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I'll be brief. To you, Assistant Manager Seminoff, I think you had said, and maybe I got the numbers confused, but I think you had said when you were talking about 3-year-olds, what did you say, 225 3-year-olds that roughly? I mean, obviously, that we didn't place.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think it's higher than that. I think it's closer to about 270, but I'm happy to get that information. And where I came from was just frankly backing out how many kids applied. We took all of the high priority 3-year-olds and all of the 4-year-olds. And so the remaining children who applied and who didn't get a seat would have been the general lottery 3-year-olds.
And through you, Madam Mayor, and I think you said, and I'm sorry, as I'm saying this, I'm thinking that maybe Councilor Siddiqui asked this already. You had talked about potentially roughly 70 additional spots coming online between Tobin and Justice Start. So those 70 that could come on could theoretically drop that number to 200, again, roughly, which again, sort of chipping away and making it a more manageable number. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I didn't mean, I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
No, I just wanted to just say that I appreciate, now we have this great momentum, right? We've been chipping at this and talking about this for a long time, and we have this great momentum, and we want to keep, pushing the envelope and moving. I think we can never start early enough, for our young people. So I just wanted to, I appreciate the conversation and the questions so far and the answers about, how we can start to really look at even going earlier, younger, for our kids, because again, I think it's, not everybody will choose it, right? But having that option for people, I think is really important. So I just wanted to add my support for that. And then lastly, just say thank you to everybody who put this together. Again, this is something we've been talking about for a long time. And when you actually look at some of the issues that have come up that we're going to be, as everyone said, this is a new thing and there are going to be tweaks. There really aren't that many of them. Like when you think of it just shows the prep work and the work that people did to really try to anticipate, some unintended consequences. And it just, there are definitely some things that we need to adjust and tweak and work out. But this is so far, knock on wood, has rolled out, very smoothly for such a huge undertaking. And I just really want to say that, I appreciate you and everybody who, put that elbow grease in to make that happen for our kids. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I yield.
Mayor, could I just say one thing? I just want to give a shout out to the staff of the Office of Early Childhood who have worked tirelessly. Lisa Grant, who led this work and then who left, but really, I just want to make sure everybody understands how, along with the staff of the school department who worked very hard on this, they've really done an amazing job in getting us to today. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager. Vice Mayor, you're yielding the floor? Vice Mayor, you'll support?
I do.
Council Nolan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's great to have had everyone, colleagues, ask many of the questions and express the issue, the way that I would have expressed my appreciation for this in particular, starting with that. It is phenomenal to be at this place. It's literally been more than 15 years, I believe, since this journey started. And it's groundbreaking to be at a place where we have now all 4-year-olds and most 3-year-olds. I do want to follow up on a question that I had, and I was so thrilled to see Councilor Wilson address it, which I think I ask at every single meeting, which is about how it is that we're ensuring that the goals are met for what we're doing, because we're doing this partly to provide a community benefit and partly to ensure that we can address some of the needs of kids coming into the school district that then end up with gaps that we see persist over decades and decades. And to see Interim Superintendent Murphy and hear him talk incredibly clearly about that we can never lose sight of that goal, which is, it's great to have everybody in programs, but if they're all in programs and we see the same results 5 and 10 years from now, we will have failed. And it doesn't mean we stop doing the program, but it does mean we have to adjust and change the program, because that's really why we're doing it. I did want to ask, do we actually have the capacity now, because it was not the case in the past, to share the data from all this range of programs and to have it be something where you could understand exactly what we had said? Yes, if you're in this program, then we're identifying these are the kinds of quality programs that help. Because I think with some of our after-school partners, when I was on school committee, I kept asking, well, what does it show for this after-school program for those students who are in it? There was a real question about sharing data outside of CPS. Do we have the capacity now? Do we have the city systems merged in a way that we can understand for one kid, whatever program they're in as they progress through, that we can understand and therefore do that analysis to understand which programs are the ones that are achieving the goals?
And you're directing that to the deputy?
I think through you, Mayor Simmons, to either ACM Seminoff or Superintendent Murphy, you know, because it really is both of those. It's making sure that the data is merged across various systems that has always been a challenge for a number of reasons.
Absolutely. I'm not sure what ACM is, a tablet or a name. So I'm going to assume that you're talking.
Assistant City Manager Seminoff.
Thank you. So Assistant City Manager, I'll let you handle that. And then if Superintendent Murphy wants to add something, please do, but we'll have you have the floor first, Assistant City Manager.
A couple of pieces, and then I do think that the interim superintendent may well have other things to add to this. We definitely have a greater ability for the two systems for data to be shared across the system. I think I think on the early childhood side, we may have a better ability, and I'm going a little bit outside of what I could tell you. We may have a little bit better ability to look at outcomes that relate to a program. But as you know, the information about this child in this program ended up doing better when they got to kindergarten may be more complicated than just which program they came from, which I think is important to note. But we do have ability to share data, and we do have requirements about which curricula. And one of the things that programs who participate, they either have to use one of the identified really high quality curricula, or they have to be able to demonstrate the crosswalk between the curriculum that they use and the DESE standards for what the curriculum needs to cover. So I think we will have the ability to continue to ensure that we are sending children to high quality programs. And we have coaches who go into programs, who go in and look at those programs. So we will have some more.
Superintendent Murphy, do you want to add anything?
Briefly, Mayor, thank you, and through you to Councilor Nolan. I think that there's not having been here when some of those challenges with respect to data were articulated, I'd be hesitant to say specifically that there's something has changed that will overcome any particular challenges. But I think what is clear is that we will have better access to presumably higher quality longitudinal data with respect to students' starting points. And I think that will be valuable. And I think it would benefit us significantly to do that analysis, which in turn will help inform, I suspect, some of the standards and programming requirements that the city would be inclined to share with community providers. I mean, that sort of seems like a fairly rational sequence. As Ms. Seminoff said, there are a multitude of variables, and so we should be realistic with respect to specific inferences and conclusions that we'll be able to draw. But another just initial data point is that the fact that there are specific standards and there is just within CPS greater curriculum alignment is, I think, a good starting point for this initial class. I mean, regardless, it will take some time before there are obviously any sort of like real good takeaways that we can have, but it's something that at least we have a foundation to start from, and I think that's a good thing.
Thank you, Superintendent Murphy. Counselor Nolan, further question?
Yeah, thank you. And obviously, we're all really excited about this, and it's critically important to keep our eyes on that quality, because the one study that was done, for instance, of our JK and K students, which had assumed if you're in JK, then you're going to do better later on, in fact, did not show that. The JK students were not better. So that extra year of CPS instruction at the time, that was the last study I had seen, which was a number of years ago, which identifies that you can do these programs, but quality really, really does matter. And it's hard to determine that at any level of age. So I understand it's not an easy thing. You can have a checklist, but that doesn't mean that it's automatically quality. So I get that, and certainly to echo the fact that there are more than 40 or 50 programs that are included in this, which I completely support. It should be that we support those organizations in the city. I think it's that's an innovative thing that the city is doing. And to that point of all these different programs and the curriculum and the standards, are we also, one of my concerns, and many early educators I have talked to over the years, is the concern of having everybody in CPS, is that you might start treating 3-year-olds the way you start treating kindergartners, because there's just this push for standardization, for thinking about testing, for already having kindergartners be worried about testing. And one thing that I have heard from the city over the years is that we will ensure that playfulness and joy and social interaction continues to dominate the curriculum and the way that we organize the standards and the programs for 3-year-olds and in fact 4-year-olds, because longstanding educational, very solid research shows that that is actually critically important to ensuring that the students, when they get to an age where it's more of the kind of standard educational programs that we think of as school, that it's really critically important that it's joy-based and playfulness-based, even as you include assessments to ensure you're also identifying early issues with dyslexia or some other. So that's all wrapped up in, are we ensuring that those programs are going to be able to benefit from the thought of early educators, not just teachers who may have a slightly different approach, if that makes sense as a question.
Absolutely. Mayor, if I could.
Mr. Murphy, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to Councilor Nolan. I would say one thing that I think is important to note is that in CPS, the programs that will be providing service to 3-year-olds under the Cambridge Preschool Program umbrella are the same programs that currently provide service to 3-year-olds. So our Special Start programs, who currently have essentially 50% of the classrooms made up of 3-year-olds, our Scarlet College program at FMA, and our Children's House program at the Tobin Montessori School. Those are the same schools, by and large, the same educators, and those sort of principal points that you're absolutely correct, we know are critically important for our youngest learners will be prioritized under the Cambridge Preschool Program umbrella, just as they are now as part of those programs, many of which are extremely successful. The only other point I would add is that bearing in mind everything I said earlier with respect to our core mission to improve outcomes, to eliminate gaps, and to insist on high standards, it is my expectation that we are infusing a degree of joy into our K-12 students across the board, not just our 3- and 4-year-olds. And so that is a standard that we will hold ourselves to.
Thank you, Superintendent Murphy. Councilor Nolan yields the floor. I want to see if Councilor Azim and Councilor Toner, who have not spoken or asked the question, do you have any questions before we place this matter on file? Hearing none, on a motion by Councilor Sabrina Wheeler to place item number 4 on file, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Azim?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Pickett, absent. Counselor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Toner?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons?
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes, 1 member is recorded as absent.
And the matter is placed on file by the affirmative vote of 8 members. We move now to number 15. This is pulled by Council Sabrina Wheeler. Reads as follows. A communication transmitted from Eon Wong City Manager relative to a surveillance technology impact report. Council Sabrina Wheeler, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Through you, I had sent over some questions on this report when it came out on the agenda. And then earlier today, I got a chance to connect with the ACLU, who also had some questions around if a policy could be put in place around this and how footage could, addressing how footage could get shared to other entities, including the federal government, especially if on the chance the administration changes in a different direction next year, and some other pieces of the policy to address this. So I think what makes the most sense is for me to use my charter right, but if there are questions from other councilors now, I'm happy to defer in exercising it.
Council Sabrina Wheeler is going to defer his charter right in lieu of questions that may come from the floor. Are there questions from the floor? Council Zine, did you have your hand up or was that a mishand?
That was a mistake. Thank you.
Okay. From other members of the council, are there any questions you want to ask at this time? Councilor Nolan, is your hand up now or from a previous time?
It's up now, Mayor.
Councilor Nolan, the floor is yours.
So as I understand it, Councilor Sabrina Wheeler will be exercising his charter right. So this is mostly just about additional questions that maybe should be asked. Is that appropriate?
State your question and it can be held for the record when we come back next on September.
Okay. I appreciate this request and I'm supportive of it for a whole host of reasons. I don't have to go over it now, but I do want to, there was a question that I'm not sure was sent over earlier, which is the request is for deployment in city squares. And I was curious as to whether there was an expectation to expand that deployment to other public spaces. We've had a number of instances in parks, for instance, that seems that could benefit from the city, instead of having our staff run around and collect information from someone else in the city who happens to have a Nest or other camera. I personally would much rather have whatever data is collected from cameras to be subject to our surveillance ordinance, which is what would happen with any kind of data that was gathered from a city camera would have to follow our surveillance ordinance, which is very strong. As we know, the ACLU worked with us on it. There have been questions raised about using this surveillance. I certainly have believe that many people in the community want us to be able to, under very protected ways, use a camera from the city in order to help the city staff do their job. This is not something that is hopefully will not be used in any other way other than helping the community. So I am in favor of this, but I do want us to understand whether, and maybe it's a question that could be answered in the future, about including parks as well, because that's been the subject of some real concern within the community that we don't have information on that.
Thank you. Councilor Nolan has posted a question to the floor. That'll be taken up at our next meeting in September. I see Commissioner Elu has her hand up. Do you want to respond? I just want to warn us, when someone says they moved their charter right, it's supposed to cut off the conversation. We're very liberal and not doing it, but we have to kind of decide. So I'm going to allow you to have your question answered. I see Councilor Toner has his hands up, and then I'm going to respectfully ask that we reserve any other questions until after when we come back at our next meeting in September to take up this matter.
Madam Mayor, I was just going to say this was a pilot for One Square and just wanted to see what the results of this pilot were going to yield before we expanded anything.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councilor Toner?
I withdrew my raised hand. Wait
Thank
till
you.
next time.
Councilor Sabrina Wheeler has exercised his charter right, so we will take this up in our September meeting. We're going to move now to number 17. This was pulled by Councilor Toner. Reads as follows. Transmitting communication for Yang Wong, City Manager, relative to the appropriation of $243,689.30 to the Grant Fund Police Department Extraordinary Expenditures account. This grant will support the purchase of some of the hardware necessary for the implementation of the department's body worn cameras, referred to as BWC program. Councilor Toner, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the city manager and the commissioner. My question is really about the status of union negotiations. If you can't talk about it, I understand, but there was a story in the Cambridge Day. I was just curious if we're any closer to getting to yes with the union on this.
Mr. City Manager, the floor is yours.
I can take that.
Commissioner, do you want to speak?
That's fine.
Madam
Through
Commissioner.
you, Madam Mayor, to Councilor Toner, our union negotiations are moving forward. We are being very intentional. We are still progressing, which is a good thing, and we are doing everything possible to put all the pieces in place. So when these negotiations are finalized, we're ready to go.
Great, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
Further discussion? If no one else from the floor, then if there's no further discussion, Councilor Toner moves that on the appropriation, to support the appropriation and place the matter on file. Roll call.
Counselor Azim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Pickett is absent. Counselor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
Thank you. The appropriation is passed and the matter is placed on file. We'll now go to number 19. This is pulled by Councilor Nolan. Reads as follows. A communication transmitted from Yan Wong, City Manager, relative to awaiting report item number 24-33, 24-034, and 24-039 regarding Vision Zero responses. Councilor Nolan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Simmons, and thank you through you to the city staff who worked on this really important report on a number of, I think, several different policy orders all related to Vision Zero and are trying to better have safety throughout the city, particularly with cyclists and better education for all users of our roads. On the truck safety approach, there were bullets in the memo that were really important next steps, especially when it comes to outreach to local institutions and large employers. I believe that we had talked, Councilor Sabrina Wheeler had brought up whether Harvard and MIT have agreements. I know that both of them do, since I checked with them after the meeting. It would be good to get an update. Do we have a list actually of large employers, retailers, and landowners in the city? Or is that still coming for who it is that we might approach, that we might be able to have a conversation with for them to have all of their vendors use such trucks? Because I recognize if I'm a small local business, it's going to be much harder for me to say that my delivery is going to do that, but some of the larger retailers might be able to do that. I'm just curious as to how far along in understanding that set of larger employers and folks in the city we are.
So City Manager, your team wants to address that.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we're still working on that list, and we'll come up with kind of what we feel like is a comprehensive list of the folks that we should be reaching out to in all those categories.
Councilor Nolan.
Thank you. And then there were a couple different quotes in the memo about automated enforcement. And there had been 2 policy orders passed last term about automated enforcement. One, which was mentioned, is the home rule petition that asked for automated camera enforcement for moving violations, which right now we are not allowed to do. That unfortunately stalled in the legislature. I still believe, and I think the whole council believes, we should do all we can to move forward. Do we know if the state delegation pushed for adoption, and whether it is something that we anticipate will be taken up very soon? Because it would be really good for community safety and Vision Zero for us to be able to do that.
Ms. McKenna, you want to take that question?
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. I think that it's unfortunate that it wasn't taken up in this session, but I think that now that the session has ended, we can kind of regroup and determine how we really make a push for this, going forward. But I do think now is the right time for us to kind of regroup now that we know that it hasn't made it through in this session.
Councilor Nolan.
Great, thank you, Commissioner McKenna, for that. And as you know, I have communicated some with you about the other policy order around automated parking enforcement, which is about the safety sticks. And I hope that we are moving forward on that. That's another thing that would be incredibly important for overall road safety because it's a program that if we can do it, we would be able to, at no cost to the city, issue parking violations for so many of the areas that we know end up causing safety concerns for bike lanes, for bus lanes, for fire hydrants. So I'm hopeful we can work through any legal issues that is going forward. I think, do we have any timeline on that? Maybe in the next few weeks we can get together and understand how it is that we're moving forward on that.
We are still working through the legal issues, but we can let you know as soon as we're able to kind of figure out next steps.
Great. Okay. And then just, oh, sorry. Is that okay, Mayor Simmons? If
I'm about to cut you off. One more question. We have a long agenda, so you'll look at the Vice Mayor.
So I would, on the infrastructure, it was really good to see the reconstruction plans being referenced, that we're implementing the strategy on intersection improvements and various education initiatives with the approach of education across the board for college students, also for visitors, because what we know is we have so many new people coming into the city. This is not static. There's new jobs, there's new people every single time. It can be really confusing. So I guess I look forward to an update on all those initiatives and hope that we're going to continue to get updates as we go along, because it's critically important, as we know, that we move forward both on when it is that we'll hear about those the intersections as well as the education initiatives. So I yield, Mayor Simmons.
Thank you, Councilor Nolan. Councilor Nolan yields the floor. Go to Councilor Sabrina Wheeler, followed by the Vice Mayor. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thank you to the city staff for this initial report back, which is great to see all the work that has gone into this, and really looking forward to seeing the results of the audit in the fall and talking about the timeline for interventions. I had one comment, one question on this. The comment on this is the report sort of goes through different interventions that could be put in place here. Just wanted to sort of put a +1 for turn hardening in particular. I think there's a number of availabilities here. Turn hardening and sort of in terms of, physical interventions for forcing trucks and other vehicles to make turns. Are there 24/7, even in conditions of low visibility at night or in rain? They provide more visibility and forcing folks to see it and really help ideally prevent some of these crashes that we're seeing in ways some of the other interventions maybe can't. And the question I had was excited about all the pieces in the report around thinking about how we can get more truck companies to add side guards and safety features, how we can get other institutions and companies to require that of their vendors, getting the sample language out there to folks. We need more action on this from the federal level. When I met with Ayanna Pressley recently, flagged it for her, and there's a federal bill around this. I'm curious, as we're trying to encourage more voluntary adoption from local truck companies and businesses, are there any things we could do in terms of incentives for businesses that adopt it? Are there policy mechanisms that we've looked at there? I mean, on the easiest side, I think that would be, flagging companies that have done it and posting them on social media, thanking them for adopting. But just curious if there are actual, financial permitting incentives, anything else that we have there, if the city has looked at that at all.
Mr. McKenna, can you respond?
For you, Madam Mayor, I think it's a really good question, and I think it's one that we'll have to delve into a little more. I think that, I don't think it's something that we've explored extensively before this, so I think we can look into it.
Good, thank you. That was all the questions I had for now. I'll yield back.
Councilor Sabrina Wheeler yields the floor. Vice Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, thank you to the staff for getting this to us. Just a couple quick things. And I'd have to go back. I looked at it a couple times, before the meeting. But did we give an estimate on when we might start to see some of the more quick build kind of options around some of the intersections? Is there I know obviously some things we can do faster than others, or even the signage. Do we have any kind of anticipated timeline?
For you, Madam Mayor, we did not include timelines as of yet, and that's something that we can report back on in the future.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, Great, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. And I know that there were a section in there about the data collection and sort of and looking at sort of what are the most dangerous intersections. And I know, I mean, it all sounds, I mean, that sounds like a good process, and I'm not questioning that. I do, as we think about this too, I do think that I always talk about how, sort of the near misses that don't get reported, and that sometimes we have situations or areas that are dangerous, but because, you know, a millisecond, you know, or difference, they don't show up on a chart as being dangerous. I mean, I think, you know, in sort of my neck of the woods, I think of the intersection of Prospect and Mass Ave. And I mean, despite all the signage, all the cars that take illegal turns at that intersection, and, you know, come close to hitting people in crosswalks and crossing, you know, bike lanes. And, you know, I don't recall seeing a whole lot of accidents there, you know, but it's dangerous, right? And so I just want to also make sure that we're using our sort of collective knowledge of what we see in the street every day, because there are a lot of intersections, I think, that may not pop up as dangerous, but they really kind of are. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And then lastly, through you, Madam Mayor, and, you know, the enforcement piece, I mean, I do think and again, I know this is a lot about intersections, but it is about Vision Zero as well. And, you know, I don't know, you know, I was thinking of this crazy idea of, you know, we have, you know, the police can't be everywhere, right? And traffic enforcement officers can't be everywhere. And we know the limitations we have around traffic cameras because of the state. You know, I don't know if there's some way to, you know, I know we have like an auxiliary police department. Like, I don't know if there's some way to create some sort of auxiliary traffic enforcement group that maybe is not, you know, that are somehow maybe not full city employees, but they're folks that we train and that we supervise and that we offer support to, but are out there sort of, you know, being able to ticket people who are doing things they're not supposed to do. I mean, you know, when trucks and cars are parked in the bike lane and force bikes to, you know, go out into traffic, it sort of defeats the whole purpose of having the bike lanes, right? And so, you know, I don't know. Let's just think creatively around some of this. I'm sure you are, but I just think enforcement is really important. But I know the limitations, because we can't have police officers on every corner. And by the time things get reported and the police show up, the person's usually gone, right? And so, you know, how we can do a better job of that, I think, is important. But I really appreciate the report and the fast turnaround. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I yield.
Vice Mayor yields the floor. Further discussion on this item? Hearing none, the Vice Mayor moves that we place this matter on file. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes, 1 member is recorded as absent.
The matter is placed on file by the affirmative vote of 8 members. We now go to number 23. This is pulled by Councilor Sabrina Wheeler, reads as follows. Communication transmitted from Yan Wong, City Manager, relative to the submission of the 2024 Affordable Housing Overlay Report. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler, floor is yours.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and thanks to city staff for this report. It's great to see, and great to see all the affordable housing units in the pipeline, which are, you know, on total amount to hundreds of units even before some of the other projects are announced. It's really exciting to think about all the progress and the potential homes that are going to come online. I just had one question on this, and that was in the first chart on the printout. The site status for some of the sites listed, there's a handful of projects where the status was offer rejected or decided not to pursue. And I was just curious if a little more context could be provided for those ones, especially the offer rejected. Is that because they were outbid, because the site owner didn't want affordable housing there, and sort of similar questions for the cases where they decided not to pursue. Just wondering if there's any more themes that jump out from those categories.
Assistant City Manager Fruit, is she available? Or Chris Carter?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So it's a good question, and I think that the answer varies in a lot of cases. I know in some cases where offers were rejected, it was because there were better offers that were higher from other bidders. In the cases of some of the sites that agencies decided not to pursue, it may have been that, given the number of sites that agencies are looking at, there are prioritizing some over others, and some have got more potential. So there is a bit of a vetting that they're looking at as they look at their capacity and thinking about what sites are best aligned to come into their pipeline and move quickly, and to kind of take advantage of those opportunities and not bring too much in that would then be challenging to move through the funding pipeline.
Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Great, thank you. That's helpful. I yield back.
Councilor Sabrina Wheeler yields the floor. Vice Mayor McGovern, the floor is yours.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I was on it. Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you again for this, and I too am really excited to see, the number of units and just how effective this has been. The AHO has been. Can you just really not a question, but when you issue these reports in the future, can you maybe also break down or add a table and break it down by neighborhoods, so that we get I mean, I know, just because I follow it more closely, I know that we've got projects going from Blanchard Road up on the Belmont line all the way into East Cambridge. But that's, there's so many of them now, which is wonderful, but to go through and be like, well, wait a second, was that North Cambridge, or is that, we can do that because we sort of know every street and more or less, but I think that would just be a good thing for people to be able to see, is to not just the street names alphabetically, but actually like by neighborhood where these, or even on a map, with little dots or something. That's all, but I do appreciate it. It's amazing. It was, I said this at a housing meeting that, you look at inclusionary that's been around 30 years and has, 1,500 units, give or take. And you look at the AHO that, is 3, and we're looking at 700, in the pipeline. It's pretty fantastic. So thank you. And I appreciate the report. Thanks, Madam Mayor. I yield.
Vice Mayor yields the floor for other discussion, questions, or items that members want to bring up relative to this item.
I would just through you, Mayor Simmons, very briefly, I would just echo Director Cotter's comments. I really think, especially this last year, we've just seen an incredible pipeline of potential projects, and I do think that the work in both the original AHO and the revised one have positioned a lot of our affordable housing developers more strongly to compete. And I think that has led to more offers being accepted. And I think it's a really strong pipeline in terms of being able to build more 100% affordable housing projects and developments across the city. And excited to just continue to be figuring out ways to make that more transparent, to communicate that better, both to the council and the community.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Councilor Nolan, do you have your hand up?
Yeah.
Councilor Nolan, the floor is yours.
Just a quick, I do agree. I did have concerns about the AHO, and yet I've always supported many elements of it, and really glad to see this number of projects across the city. And I also agree with Vice Mayor McGovern's point about it would be great to include the geographic, because that was one of the reasons that the AHO was promoted. And in fact, we had tried to include it. The report required, the geographic distribution report required in the ordinance, and that was voted down. But I'm really glad to see that there's a real interest in doing that now. And as we proceed forward for not just the city, but this allows other affordable housing developers across the city to be competitive. So I look forward to future reports.
Councilor Nolan yields the floor. Further discussion from the council. Hearing none, on a motion by Councilor Sabrina Wheeler to place this matter on file, Madam Clerk.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes, Council Pickett is absent. Council Siddiqui?
Yes.
Yes, Council Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes, Council Toner?
Yes.
Yes, Council Wilson?
Yes.
Yes, Mayor Simmons?
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes, 1 member is recorded as absent.
The matter is placed on file by the affirmative vote of 8 members. We move now to the last item on the non-consent agenda, number 27, pulled by Council Siddiqui, reads as follows. A communication transmitted from Yan Wong, City Manager, relative to an update on the request for information, RFI, for 84 and 96 Bishop Allen Drive. This is pulled by Council Siddiqui. Mr. Vice Mayor, would you assume the floor for a moment? Council Siddiqui, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Through you to the city team. So I wanted to pull this, given some of the public comment, given some of the emails that the council has received related to kind of the comment period and the different various comments. And so my first question is, or ask is, could you walk us through really briefly kind of what changes were made to the revisions were made to the RFI? And then the second would be that I think, I kind of, when you think of publicly owned land, and an AHO project being here, it does make sense. I think, why not, right? I know that the city has had concerns around, well, having this just be 100% affordable housing, there would be challenges to that. So I want you to walk me through some of those challenges, just so we have that out in the open of why would it actually be hard? I think I understand that if we want this, we want a number of things to be part of this. So I am getting, we need market rate to support kind of whatever community benefits we want. But I want to kind of see if the city has done any analysis on this to tell us, if we did do 100% affordable housing here only, it would take X amount of time. It would be this. So I know that's a little lot, but if you can quickly kind of somehow answer some of that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Maybe I can start. So through you, Mayor Simmons, thank you for the question. Councilor Siddiqui, I can start and then maybe some folks can chime in. I would say, first of all, it's not impossible to do 100% affordable. And I think it's more what I think as I read through some of the comments that have been submitted and listen to the public comment, I think there is a little bit of an oddness to feeling like there's a question between whether if we did a 100% affordable project on lot 4 and 5 at this site, that we would have more 100% affordable housing. I think the reality is that ultimately, in terms of the affordable housing developments that we are funding through the trust, and which requires both state and federal support, we essentially have a finite amount of resources. And even when we increase those, it's still ultimately X amount of dollars that we are putting out there. And so, for instance, over the last year, we put about $80 million into the trust. And if from a city funding perspective, and I'm sort of speaking with broad numbers, city funding per unit is about $250,000, then that's essentially $80 million divided by $250,000 per unit, 320 units of affordable housing. As you know from a lot of our conversations about how the trust is funding things, some of the overlay projects that we just reviewed, there's an opportunistic element to this where we're looking at both publicly owned land. Sometimes these are projects that are built on, for instance, land that the Cambridge Housing Authority owns or the city may own. But ultimately, those projects are going to go somewhere in the city and they're going to be 100% affordable. And so I think it's not incremental in terms of if we decide to use the public land on lot 4 and 5 for 100% affordable housing, or if those units end up somewhere else in the city. Now, I think there's a different question, which is, would we rather have 100% affordable housing in the heart of Central Square? And I guess I don't hear as much of that as the driver for the conversation. I hear more this demand to say we need to build more affordable housing. And I think that we really hear that that is the goal. And the solution there is to actually be finding more funding for the trust and ultimately thinking through how we work with the state to expedite some of our pipeline, get more resourcing into our developments. I think the reason why we want to do this RFI and the reason why we think this information will be helpful for the city, the council, and the community to think about is more the economics of the community benefit. And a lot of the discussion to say, we really want to see on lot 4 and 5 some sort of community space, cultural space, performance space. I don't think we've fully sketched that out, but ultimately those are very expensive endeavors. And a lot of what we have been discussing in terms of the overall city financial state is to say, we have a lot of resources, but honestly, when we look at that capital and bonding schedule over the next 10 years, there are a lot of limitations given how much that we have been putting into new school buildings, given the number of municipal buildings that we have to make investments in order to repair, maintain, and renovate. I think we are looking at this and saying, these are the kinds of opportunities for redevelopment that can actually allow us to fund these kinds of community benefit programs. It's not to say that we couldn't fund it through the city budget. It's more just that there are so many things that we are looking to try and fund that if there are opportunities for us to do a redevelopment, to bring in private capital, that those are opportunities we should at least explore. And I think the RFI is part of that. I would just note, and I know there's a policy order on this, and we are going to have we're going to participate in the conversation with the MBTA about the redevelopment of the LAF parking lot. And that's very similar. I think the MBTA is really saying something similar in that it's not that the MBTA doesn't have a capital budget, but it is strained by all of the different things that the MBTA is trying to do. They have a garage in our community that really does need to be repaired. And they're looking to think through how to bring in private capital to use that land to do some redevelopment, but actually to be able to do it without further stretching their capital budget. So I think I'll just frame this to say, maybe to summarize, I don't think this is a conversation about more or less affordable housing. There is a huge commitment to affordable housing, and it will happen, across the city. And then number two, it's really a question of where that affordable housing may go. And number three, this is really a conversation about giving ourselves more options for whether there is an opportunity for private capital to come in and fund some of the community benefit that I think a lot of people are really looking for.
May I add something, Mayor Simmons?
Yes.
Thank you. Through you, just wanted to amplify one piece on the city manager's last point about just really looking at all of the possibilities. So we have, in fact, our housing team has initiated conversations with affordable housing providers about these sites as well. So we would, our hope would be that they would be at the table also responding to the request for information. And in any event, it would be really a nice synergy if we could have a team that included the affordable, 100% affordable housing developers in conjunction with some of the other for-profit developers. So we could, in fact, bring both of the sensibilities and accomplish what the city manager talked about in terms of being able to leverage private capital and also have the folks that really care about affordable housing be part of those teams. So that's something that we can only do once we hear what the responses to the RFI look like, and also that process, when we get that information, can become the starting point for some formation of partnerships, which is something that is not an atypical part of the RFI RFP process sequence.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager Farouk. I just have to say, I had a harder time hearing you. I think you're sitting further away from the speaker. So just going forward, whoever's speaking with you, that's in your orbit, gets closer to the speaker. Councilor Siddiqui, did you have a follow-up question? Or you yield the floor?
I see a lot of my colleagues want to speak, so I'll yield for now. I'll just say, I think the piece around the 100% being those AHO developers being at the table is really important. I do think this is a really unique opportunity, and I think I'll just stop there. I do have a few more questions, but there's time at the end. I'll ask, but I'll yield to my colleagues. Thank you.
Councilor Siddiqui yields the floor. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Thanks, Madam Mayor.
After which the Vice Mayor and then Burhan Azim. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just briefly, I was going to flag for staff that I think what would be helpful in this conversation is to have some scenarios to think through what would be possible with similar amounts of city funding. Are we talking about, if we want to do it 100% affordable, it would be 20 units of affordable housing and a community space. Whereas with a mixed use, it could be 200 units of affordable housing and 50 market rate units to offset the cost of a community space. Just having the real numbers, and at the end of the day, where we have a real site and real dollars that we're going to have to figure out how to use most efficiently. But just so we're not talking the abstract of 100% affordable in a community space, like what does that actually look like in terms of the number of units, and how do we use different city funds? That would really be useful, I think, for the council and the community as part of that process. And the sooner the better that process. I'm not sure exactly where that fits in with the RFI, but I think that would be useful. I'll go ahead and yield back.
Councilor Sabrina Wheeler yields the floor. The Vice Mayor can assume the floor, followed by Councilor Azim and Councilor Toner. Vice Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, just to reiterate what my colleagues have said, I think, this is a request for information. This doesn't mean that we have to do anything, right? With the responses we get. And I don't know why we wouldn't want to request as much information as we possibly can get to make as an informed decision as we possibly can. Some folks are just adverse to the idea that we would do a partnership with a for-profit developer. I don't care if it's a for-profit developer or a nonprofit developer. I want the most number of affordable units we can get. And if a Justice Starter or an HRI comes back and says, yeah, we could do a 5-story building, even if we give them the land, right, which is a huge financial contribution. We can do a 5-story building and get 25 units. And a for-profit developer comes in and says, well, I can do, 20 stories and get 150 units. What are we going to? No, you're a for-profit developer, which therefore we're going to turn our back on 100 additional units, right? It's like, let's find out, right? Let's find. I don't understand this objection to just getting information so that we can figure out what the best road forward is. And so I support the RFI going out. I want as much information as we can get. Assistant Manager Farouk, I think certainly getting feedback from the affordable housing developers about what they can do with different levels of support from the city. Maybe it's a little more than $250,000, a unit. Maybe, it's something else. But let's get all that information, and then we can have a discussion about what we think is the best road forward. I do think in terms of, I know there were some concerns about the number of meetings and whatnot. I would like to get this going sooner rather than later. I think it's going to be a long haul regardless, right? Because, even if we got this information back tomorrow, we're still talking years before anybody breaks ground on anything. And so, and these are just a couple of the lots of the several that we have in Central Square that we're going to be talking about and planning for. So I do want to get it going as soon as we can. there's going to be a lot of time for community conversation once we start getting those that information back and those proposals back. I do think we have to do a better job of getting out to the community and explaining this, because the narrative on the street is the city is looking to give away city-owned land to a for-profit developer. That's not exactly what we're talking about doing, right? But that is the narrative that is being put out there. And so we're getting a lot of folks who are, what do you mean you're giving away city-owned property, to a for-profit developer? We're not talking about that yet, right? Or ever necessarily. So, let's make sure that we're really, putting out an accurate picture of what's going on here. And at the end of the day, I'm going to support the project that is best for the community and produces, the most number of affordable units and takes a whole collective into consideration, right? Because we do want all these other things as well. And so if that's a partnership with a for-profit developer, then that's what it is. If it's just a starter in HRI, then that's what it is. But let's get that information so that we can make that decision. So thank you. I am going to support this tonight.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, you'll Councilor Nazim, followed by Councilor Toner. Councilor Nazim, the floor is yours.
And thank you, Madam Mayor. So I had a few questions. Just to start off with the 100% affordable route, do we have any sense of like the numbers we could build on the city-owned lots already? And like what the bonding schedule for that might look like?
Assistant City Manager Farouk.
To you, Mayor Simmons, I'm actually going to turn to Chris Carter and see if he could do a quicker estimate than I would.
Mr. Carter, the floor is yours.
Sure. There's no specific estimate as to the number of affordable units beyond the some of the test fits that were done through the Central Square planning process. We looked at several properties with the idea being that those test fits could be a mixed income building with market and affordable units, or it could be fully affordable if the numbers worked. I think as we look at the RFI, one of the things that we want to get feedback on is from the affordable housing providers, their take on the financial feasibility of buildings of different size to see what amount of resources would be needed for that, with the expectation that there would be a fair amount of subsidy that would be needed both from the city as well as from the state and other sources. And as the city manager noted, one of the things that we were looking at from a funding standpoint, both with the Affordable Housing Trust and also with the state, is where might those buildings, if they were fully affordable, land in our queue of developments that we're looking for tax credits and other funding from the state. And that could have an impact on the schedule as we look at the build out over time.
Councilor Z.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think that number and estimate will be really helpful. So just wanted to, throw a +1 in that. The second question I had was kind of around the RFP, and if we had any people kind of reach out, like initially being interested. A big part of like my thought process is that, the Starlight lot in particular is kind of great, but it's also kind of in the back corner, and that whole block is a very interesting prime, real estate. And I am particularly interested in seeing, if we can acquire the abutting properties or partner with them or anything like that. And I just wonder if any of that's been discussed.
Mr. Carter.
Mayor Simmons, I can respond to that.
Okay.
To you. So we have certainly thought about the possibilities that open up when we can work with abutters in partnership, but have not gone too far down that road because we wanted to have this open process that everybody can participate in. And certainly at the time that we would go to an RFP, I think there would be if people who can bring to play abutting parcels as part of a team and can make some of those synergies happen that create a better site plan, I think that would certainly could be one of the criteria that we establish in the RFP. But the thing that we want to make sure is that it's as we proceed, that it's an even playing field for everybody who might want to participate, and that what weightage is assigned to various elements and desirable elements that the city wants is very transparent and clearly understood by everyone. So I think that that real specific conversation, I think, would happen at an RFP stage.
Councilor Zine.
Thank you, Mayor Simmons. That's very helpful. I would say in general, I'm like very interested to see what comes out of the RFIs and then later potentially RFPs as well. I think that the total number of affordable units is definitely one of the key metrics here. I would also say, what's the best utilization of the land? Like, I think that there's few places in the city where there's as much consensus that, you know, we can have high density housing as there is in Central Square. And those abutting lots kind of make it a very awkward space. And so I think that like having efficiency and good use of that, and you know, maybe potentially even if we're able to get those like neighboring lots, like having a proper square in Central Square where people can hang out would be really, really nice and wonderful. I think that there is some amount of interest in what makes sense about like, you know, this is public land. How can we kind of retain some aspect of that, or you know, retain some sort of ownership? So that I think would be an interesting question to kind of throw at you guys. You know, if whether it's like a 99-year lease or something like that, like those sorts of things are interesting to me. But I would say that like, you know, like getting the best and highest use for the land is definitely the most interesting. And it's almost like a fun challenge in that we often hear about the difficulties of going past 6 stories. And I would be like really curious to see what you guys can come up with that does go higher on this specific lot. And so I think that those in general are kind of like my comments at this time. But, you know, very interested in kind of following along the process and getting, you know, at the end of the day, both a direct list of like, here are like 4 different options or like 3 different options and what like seems viable. And hopefully something this term would be nice if viable, like a final decision. I feel like we're already having all these conversations about Central Square, and I know it'll be a lot of hard decisions. So it'd be nice to have all of them kind of wrapped up in this term, if possible.
Councilor Zima, you yielding the floor? Councilor Zima, you the floor. Councilor Toner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be very brief. I just want to say that I pretty much agree 100% with Vice Mayor McGovern had said earlier. You know, this argument over public-private partnerships versus it all be funded by public city dollars, I think is ridiculous. I think if we can partner with a private sector developer and get the financing to build as many units as possible and get as many affordable units as possible, that's great. I also am a big supporter of mixed use, mixed income housing. You know, so I don't think that it's a bad idea if we had a 10-story building and, you know, 30 or 40% of the units are affordable inclusionary and the other 50, 60% are market rate apartments or condos, whatever. But, you know, this notion that it's a bad thing to work with people who bring something to the table, we need to move beyond. And I agree with the Vice Mayor that we have to work together to push back against some of the misinformation that is out there about what we're proposing to do. So I yield, Madam Mayor.
Councilor Toner yields the floor. Councilor Nolan.
Thank you, Mayor Simmons. I support us moving forward this RFI. I really think we need to remember that no matter what, it will be public use. And we have goals of the city that we have looked at. It has to meet those goals. Housing is one of them. It's housing for a range of people, affordable housing. And yet, as we know, we've also made a commitment to say we need to pay more attention to affordable housing for workforce, middle income, 100% of AMI for those people. And that may not be possible other than with a public-private partnership on this land. And we've also said that there's a real interest in ensuring there's community space of some sort. So mixed use, not just mixed income, but a community art space or retail or something on this lot. I think as Councilor Azim said, it may be there's other lots that can be included, but the reality is this is a pretty big lot as is. We can have a lot built on it, and no matter what, this is an RFI that I hope does come back with some really creative ideas for public-private partnership. We have so many other places around the city that we are stretching our dollars. We're already so thin, frankly. We also have a report in the Boston Business Journal today saying that 40 Thorndike Street, frankly, might be the first office building built ever to open with not a single tenant. So it is not scare tactics to say that we really have to make sure that we are very careful and judicious in how it is that we are putting together the array of public projects that we can fund from the city alone. We are really going to need partnerships going forward. The reason I mentioned 40 Thorndike obviously is that means that in the near term, it may well be that the city is going to have to address the significant loss of income that may come with assessment values going down for many of the office properties and the labs and the office places that we have relied on for the last couple of decades of an never-ending increase in our ability to fund things. So I'm aware of both of those, that we want to think bold, we want to think big, we want to move forward, and yet we also have to be aware that it does seem like in this case it's a perfect opportunity for us to do a public-private partnership. And as has been said, if we have affordable housing, it can be a range of ways to do that. And mixed income is clearly something that is viewed as a goal for the city and a goal for all of us moving forward as a community. So I support us moving forward with this RFI and really look forward to us getting the results back. And I really hope there's a lot of interest in it. Remember, we can't guarantee there's going to be a lot of folks responding to this, but we really hope they are, because I think the message has to be we truly are open to a range of options for this really special site.
Council Nolan, you have the floor. Council Wilson, do you want to speak to this? Otherwise, I'll go back to Council Siddiqui.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'll just say something real brief, that I want to just appreciate the conversation that we're having here when we talk about housing and where we're going, but also the vision and what we have for housing in our city. You know, like many of you, I'm sure, have driven by that lot in 84 Bishop, and to see Starlight no longer there, I'm sure, you know, I had a moment of emotions and really thinking about what is the future of our city and projects that we have going forward. You know, I think the thought of 100% affordable housing, you know, while I'm not a developer, I have no idea what that process and everything entails. I do know that we are in a tough market. I want us to, you know, I do want us to be as creative as possible and really think outside the box so that we're doing the most that we can to bring forth the most affordability in our city. And I really want us to think about the unintended consequences, as I've mentioned before, around gentrification. And while it's all good to build, but if we have a goal, this body agreed upon a goal around affordable housing, and I want us to be in a place where we are proactively moving towards that goal. Okay. And I think especially in a city like Cambridge, you know, if we can't get to 100%, what is the best outcome that we can possibly get to on the lots that in the spaces that we own? I think it is our responsibility to do that due diligence, and it's our responsibility to deliver on those plans. So I would love to see, and I think I've heard it on the call, and I apologize that my screen is off. You know, I'm dealing with bedtime routine with the baby. So for y'all who are parents, y'all know the deal. So just recognizing that this is a lot of work to be done. I really do. I think Councilor Azim might have spoke to this, really move as quickly as we can so it's done within this year. But I do want us to be intentional. I do want us to be thinking outside the box, but being respectful to the goals that we have created, that this body created around creating more affordable housing. So I'll yield the floor, Madam Mayor. Again, I appreciate the conversation and everyone's comments, as well as our public comment that we received. Thank you.
Councilor Wilson yields the floor. If this would say briefly, I certainly support this idea of going forward with the RFI. I always support 100% affordable housing when we get it, but I also know that there are constraints that we can't do it all, build it all, be it all. And so I'm looking forward to what comes back from this report. It may be an opportunity to do some mixed income housing. We talked about love, we talked about market. Is there an opportunity to do some middle income housing, a unit or two, which is something that we seem not to be able to do easily? And this would be an opportunity, at least I hope, hear if that's an option, and be able to take advantage of it. And if we can find partners to help us do it, it's not that long ago, we just looked at our reports from the rating agencies, and they warned us about diminishing returns in terms of our financial base because of what's happening in the commercial market. So again, at this point, this is just an RFI to give us some information so we can make a thoughtful, well-informed decision. That is worth the time to get that information so we can make a sound decision. Councilor Siddiqui, I'll turn the floor over to you. Let you be the last speaker on this, and we'll close out the city manager's agenda. Councilor Siddiqui, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and I appreciate the comments from my colleagues. I think just bringing this to the timeline, you know, the RFI is due in October. Then the table that we have were presented. Community engagement goes until kind of somewhere in 2025. And then really wanted to just tell the public and make sure we all know that what's being said here is that the RFI will actually be developed, it seems, in August 2025. That's the timeline.
Yeah, thank you for the question for you, Madam Mayor.
Can you speak? I can't speak for everybody, but if you get closer to the speaker, it'd be helpful because you're a little chattering.
Is this better?
Much better.
So, yeah, the RFI is due in October. We'll take that information, share with what we've learned with you all and the public. And then we do expect to have a community engagement process where we work with the community to talk about those scenarios that Councilor Sabrina Wheeler discussed. Like, what are the trade-offs, and how can we craft an RFP that really lays out what are our priorities and how are we going to evaluate potential proposals. And so through that engagement process, we'll draft that request for proposals. We do have it happening in the summer of next year, and that would be following the timeline of when the rezoning for Central Square would be adopted. So that's why it comes after that, which in our last memo to council was June, July of next year.
Councilor Siddiqui?
Sorry, my AirPods cut out. They ran out of battery. I'll just say, I think, I mean, if we can use some of that community engagement process to clear up some of the misinformation, that'd be helpful. And then what I've heard from the council here is like, let's do this as soon as possible within the year. The timeline is like very clear that it's not going to be that. So also keeping us up to date, like if there are opportunities where we can, if things you're seeing, you know, develop faster or any of that, probably there's some interest in moving these conversations along. So anyway, I will yield for now, but we'll be back here probably in October, November, and hearing from you all. Thank you.
Councilor Siddiqui yields the floor. This concludes the city manager's agenda. We will be moving to the policy order and resolution list. Now, part of the agenda has been changed so that the policy order and resolutions come closer to the city manager's agenda because there might be a reason.
Point of information.
Yeah.
Do we have to vote to place the report on file?
Yeah, we're
before we
gonna
move on?
I apologize. I just didn't want I didn't want to let the city manager go before I knew whether we wanted to keep him for anything. So on Councilor Siddiqui moves that we place the item on file. Roll call. City manager, don't take the lead yet.
Councilor Azim?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toner?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons?
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
The matter is placed on file by the affirmative vote of 8 members. We move now to policy order and resolution list. Is there anything that we want to hold who are you? The city manager over for? Otherwise, look, city manager and deputy city manager take their lead.
Madam Mayor, I just, number 3 and 5, I had questions, very quick questions.
of the city manager?
Yeah, and then I also wanted to pull 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, so Council Toner, Mr. City Manager, if you could hold on for briefly. Council Toner is pulling number 3, number 5, did you say?
Yes,
6, 7, and 8?
yes.
Pleasure of the council. Council Siddiqui, I see your hand up. You want to pull something?
Yeah, could we just pull number 15? Thank you.
And I'd like to pull 1 and 2. Pleasure of the City Council. Anything else? On the balance, on items 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 16.
Madam Mayor, I held number 8, so.
You pulled number 8.
Yeah.
I had you for 6, 7, and 8. You're saying, Council Toner.
Yeah, 5, 6, 7, 8, yes.
Okay. So the pulls are as follows. 1, I pulled number 1 and 2. Council Toner pulled number 3. Council Toner pulled number 5. Council Toner is pulled 6, 7, and 8. Council Siddiqui 15. Is that everything? On a motion by Council Toner to adopt the balance. And adopt the balance.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor. 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We go back to number 1. I pulled this order on main sponsor. It reads as follows. That the city manager is requested to reach out to the executive director of the Cambridge Housing Authority to explore the feasibility of utilizing the large screen televisions and the community rooms of the CHA buildings to enable seniors living in these buildings to participate via public comment and view city council meetings as they are held, and be it further. I offer this order, and I thank the Vice Mayor, Councilor Toner, and Councilor Azim for signing on. The last couple of meetings that we've had in the chamber, we've had members, particularly from 237 Franklin, come forward. I know that in my conversations with members of the senior community, especially those that live in large senior buildings, they're saying they would like to participate, but one, they sometimes don't want to come out, particularly as the days get shorter and it's darker by 5 o'clock. Some of them don't have access to technology in a way that would afford them that. And if we could work out a relationship, at least with our larger buildings, with the CHA, to find a way where the meetings could be projected on their large screen TVs, the ones that have them. And in addition, we figure out a way to make it so that they can participate in public comment. I think we would get greater public participation from our senior community. So I'm hoping that my colleagues will support this order. I don't know if anyone wants to speak to it. Any of the co-makers? Hearing none, then I'll ask for a roll call.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor. 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
Madam Clerk, the matter is adopted by the affirmative vote of 8 members. Moving now to number 2. This is pulled by, I offered this order. Reads as follows: that the City Council requests the Chair of the Human Services and Veterans Committees to schedule a hearing to discuss concerns, elevate current shelter operations, and explore potential improvements to ensure the welfare of the shelter clients. I'm the lead sponsor, and I'm joined by Councilor Toner and the Vice Mayor. I bring this before the City Council. I believe Vice Mayor McGovern and maybe a few others have had a number of concerns raised relative to our shelters, people being treated unfairly, rudely, not having sufficient improvements, their general welfare being at risk. And this has come up a number of times, such that I think it's an opportunity, if my colleagues would be so inclined, to have a meeting and maybe even bring some of these shelter operators to the table to see if they can improve their functioning, or maybe we need to evaluate if there's some other opportunities for the members of our unhoused community to have shelter in a respectful, clean, respectful environment. So I want to yield the floor to allow my colleagues to speak to this. The first person I will call to my co-maker is the Vice Mayor, and then after which I will hear from Councilor Wilson. Vice Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Yeah, this is something that, has been ongoing for a long time. We, Madam Mayor, I know you and I have, over the past few years, have met with a lot of people who are residents and guests of shelters that have brought up concerns, in terms of the way that they're being treated, or even just the conditions of the buildings. I will say, and we put this in the order, and it's not, it's true that I think it's true that I get that this is not easy work. It's a challenging population. You have a lot of folks. The rate of, mental illness and mental health issues that have spiked in the community over the last few years. Substance use disorder. I do want to acknowledge that, it's challenging. But as I've told folks, who are working in these places, that as challenging as it is, people have made a decision to go and work with a challenging population. And if you make a decision to take a job working with a challenging population, knowing that it's a challenging population, that doesn't mean that you get to treat people disrespectfully or without patience or without. I don't think it's everybody, and I don't think it's all the time. And I've been doing this long enough to know that, the stories I hear, that a lot of it is up to interpretation, and some of it's true, and some of it may not be true, and some of it may be a person's perspective. So it's always more complicated, and there's always multiple sides to an issue. But as a city who is contracting with these organizations, who's funding these organizations, who's, in this case of the Wellness Center, really running, we don't run it, but we started that program. It's incumbent on us to make sure that we're providing the, proper oversight to make sure that people are being treated well. And it doesn't mean that there's not going to be some issues that are going to pop up, or that there aren't going to be, hurdles in the road, because again, it's a challenge. This is challenging work. But I certainly don't want to speak for my co-chair on the Human Services Committee. She's going to go next, but I'm sure we'd be very happy to do this, and hopefully have a really productive conversation about how we can improve conditions for people who, deserve it. So thank you, Madam Mayor. I yield.
Vice Mayor yields the floor. We'll hear from Councilor Wilson, after which we'll hear from Councilor Zine. Councilor Wilson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you to the co-sponsors for this. I'm just pulled my arm because I really raised my hand, excuse me, because I really just wanted to be added as a co-chair of the Human Services and Veterans Affairs Committee. I think it's important that I'm a part of this policy order. And really, I think for the things that Vice Mayor just alluded to, we want to make sure that folks are being served with dignity and respect ultimately. And that is critically important, because folks are just human, and we're all human beings. And, I know, again, in challenging workspaces, sometimes it can get the best of us, but it doesn't mean that we take away from treating folks with dignity and respect. So I just I'm asking to be added to the policy order. Thank you.
Council Wilson asked to amend the policy order to be added as a co-sponsor. Is there any discussion? Hearing none on the motion, if we can have a roll call, then we'll come back to you, Councilor Azim. Roll call.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern. Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes, 1 member is recorded as absent.
And the policy order is amended by the affirmative vote of 8 members. We now go to Councilor Azim. Councilor Azim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to echo in strong support of this policy order. I think that I've also been hearing about like poor conditions, and just wanted to echo that. Like, I think that we should do a really proper look at how people are being treated, and whether that requires a review of like our contract with other people through the city, or whether there might be other sorts of things going on and how we gather evidence, but really to take this quite seriously. And I just wanted to echo in strong support and thank Mayor Simmons and the Vice Mayor and Councilor Wilson for all their work on this. Thank you.
Councilor Azim yields the floor. Further discussion? Hearing none on the adoption and referral of the adoption of the order and referral to the Human Services and Veterans Committee for a hearing as amended.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes, 1 member is recorded as absent.
And the matter is adopted and referred as amended on the affirmative vote of 8 members. We move now to number 3. This is pulled by Councilor Toner, reads as follows. That the city manager is requested to take the necessary actions to ensure the city's Gold Star pool remains open through the end of September 2024 and shall be ready to open at the start of June 2025, 3 weeks earlier than the pool opened this year. Councilor Toner, this is pulled by Councilor Toner. Councilor Toner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very supportive of this policy order. My only real question is just from the practicality side of things. I don't know, City Manager and Deputy City Manager, have we had difficulty getting lifeguards? Is that a roadblock to this? I know somebody in public comment talked about recruiting people earlier. Do most of our lifeguards come from college students that are home on vacation? Just curious about the staffing.
To you, Mayor Simmons, that is my understanding, Councillor Toner, that there's a real challenge in getting lifeguards once schools are back in session. And so that will continue to be a challenge moving forward, but we can follow up with the Human Services Department and get a formal response back to you as soon as we can.
Yeah.
If you can keep your voice up, it's trailing as the end of the sentence.
I think through you, Mayor Simmons, I think Deputy City Manager O'Riordan was noting we will get a response back. I know that the team has already started some of these conversations about what the possibilities are. I would say, I would not say that staffing has been easy. It continues to be difficult. It is better than a couple of years ago during sort of the height of the pandemic, when it was actually just really difficult to get lifeguards. So I think overall the staffing situation is improved, but we're looking into how much flexibility we have to expand hours and just really recognize that that is a real need given hotter temperatures, and particularly as that sort of spikes during the summer, but then also extends into September. So we're very aligned with this, and we'll look at what we can do.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I yield.
Councilor Toner yields. Councilor Siddiqui, do you want to speak on this?
Thank you through you. No, I'll just say thank you to the mayor for, asking me to be a co-sponsor on this. I think it's really important. What the city manager just has said, the trend is just is going on the up and up as we deal with these changes. And so anything we can do to really look at this, I know we've done it in the past, but this is really, really important. So that'd be great. Thank you.
Council Siddiqui yields the floor. At further discussion? Hearing none. On a motion by Council Toner to move the adoption, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Azim?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Pickett is absent. Counselor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Toner?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons?
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
The order is adopted on the affirmative vote of 8 members. We move now to number 5. This is pulled by Council Toner. Reads as follows. That the city manager is requested to work with all relevant city and state departments to amend the do not enter sign at the entrance of Whittemore Avenue and Alloy for Parkway to include an exception for abutters. This was pulled by Council Toner. The lead sponsor is the Vice Mayor. Council Toner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to thank the Vice Mayor for filing it and asking me to co-sponsor it. For those who aren't familiar in the audience with the neighborhood, Whittemore Ave is right. You can take any time of day. You can take a right off of the Parkway and go down Whittemore Ave to access all the side streets like Magoon Street and Madison and several other streets. But from 3 o'clock on, it's shut off. Now that has a history. For 30 years, I think W.R. Grace Chemicals paid for a police detail or a state trooper detail to monitor that. Once IQHQ went in there, it kind of went away, but now Cambridge Police is monitoring it. I completely understand, but at the same time, anybody that lives on any of those side streets is now forced to go all the way, get stuck in traffic, go all the way up to Mass Ave, crawl through the traffic and then come back down the side streets. And I'm just wondering, I know what the policy order says, and I know that there's a concern about Waze and Google Maps where it's still going to tell people to go that way unless you say no right turn all day long. But just wondering, and I know the police commissioner may not be here anymore, whether there's a way to enforce it so that if you have a driver's license that says you live on one of those side streets, you just won't get a ticket. Still prevent, pull people over, but don't give a ticket to the people that live on those side streets. And I don't think we have somebody there every day. It seems to be, if you get caught, you get caught. But I'm just curious if there's a way for abutters not to be fined and ticketed if they take that right-hand turn.
Through you, Mayor Simmons, Councillor, we'll certainly get a response back to you for September. I think one of the most significant challenges here is how do you define an abutter? And I think not different to other streets in the city. Once these become cut through streets, then everybody begins to go through these streets. And so it's really a difficult balancing act in that regard unless you have a police officer there on a fairly constant basis. But we will get something back for you by September so that you can get back to the constituents who have asked you.
Thank you for your consideration. I yield.
Okay.
Madam Mayor? Oh, you're muted, Madam Mayor.
Sorry. The floor is yours, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Through you. Thank you to co-sponsors. As stated in the order, this is something I had filed a couple of years back that wasn't acted on. I think we must have other streets in the city that are open to abutters only, don't we? Through you, Madam Mayor, to Deputy City Manager.
Deputy City Manager.
I believe we do, Councillor. And again, to the extent,
No.
I'm sorry, Brooke
Jen is
McKenna's
shaking her
online.
head no, so
Brooke shaking her head.
here.
For you, Madam Mayor, we do not have, we do not use the regulation except for abutters in Cambridge. There are cities around us that do, but our feeling has always been that it is not enforceable and we have not done it elsewhere.
Vice Mayor?
To the best of my knowledge, I will say, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. You know, I do hope that we can figure something out. I mean, I think that you know, it is a real inconvenience for the folks who live, you know, back in that area. That's kind of sort of a challenging little pocket to kind of get to. And I hope we'll get you know, I'm glad we'll get a response on this. And you know, again, maybe we pilot something for a little bit. Maybe, you know, we see kind of how try a couple different things, but it's not a new issue. It's something that was, you know, brought up, you know, a couple of years back, and you know, it's still an issue for folks. So hopefully we can resolve it for the folks who live there. Thank you.
Vice Mayor yields the floor. But a quick question to you, Commissioner. You said we don't do it. Is it because it's not legal, or we just don't do it? The open to abutters.
We will revisit this, and I'll work with the law department to confirm this, but it's always been our position that it's a violation of kind of the equal protection, the idea that everyone has the same rights across the city. But again, I do want to reconvene with the law department before we give you guys a firm answer on that. But that was my understanding.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councilor Siddiqui, would you like to speak to this? No? Then we'll go to Councilor Nolan. Councilor Nolan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Simmons, and thanks to those putting it forward. I had suggested the person who wrote us about this to, you know, confer with traffic and parking. So I'm glad this is on the city's agenda. One option might also be to just look at what the ramifications would be for, I don't know if we control the no left turn at all. I mean, it's maybe something the neighborhood wouldn't want that much traffic, but if we can't do a abutters only, then would it make sense to let everyone go through there? That's a section of the town where if you don't live there, I'm not sure you would want to navigate those streets anyway. So it may well be one of the answers that we could do, but I support this policy order and look forward to the report.
Councilor Nolan yields the floor. Further discussion? Hearing none on a motion by Councilor Turner to adopt the order. Roll call, please.
Councilor Azim?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toner?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons?
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes, 1 member is recorded as absent.
The item has been adopted by the affirmative vote of 8 members. There are 4 more items, 6, 7, 8, and 15. 6, 7, and 8 was pulled by Councilor Toner, 15 by Councilor Siddiqui. Do you need to hear from the city manager or deputy city manager on this? Otherwise, I will give them their leave.
I do not.
Councilor Siddiqui?
I think I had talked to the city manager about this PO, and he had said that he could talk to it, but if you don't want to, you don't need to.
Well, I would ask Councilor Toner if he doesn't mind if we go to 15, let him speak, and then he can take his leave and we can go through the others. So if there's no objection, we'll go to number 15. Which was pulled by Councilor Siddiqui, reads as follows: the city manager is requested to work directly with the MBTA regarding the redevelopment of the Alewife Garage and advocate for city priorities. This was pulled by Councilor Siddiqui. Councilor Siddiqui, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, I want to thank the co-sponsor, Councilors Toner, Nolan, and Wilson. I know a lot of others are interested in too. On this, there's a meeting coming up on August 8th around this kind of, request. The city will be part of that. I wanted to just give the city manager and
Assistant City Manager a few minutes to just say anything they'd like to on this, but yeah, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Siddiqui. City Manager, Deputy City Manager, would you like to speak to this? Floor is yours.
Yes, through you, Mayor Simmons. Thank you, Councilor Siddiqui, and appreciate the policy order. I think the industry day that will kick off this process is being hosted by the MBTA this Thursday. The city has been invited to participate, and we will be very involved. I think the MBTA does really view the city as a partner in both providing a sense of vision and community priorities, and also helping the MBTA work through a really robust community engagement process as part of the project. So I think this will really be a kickoff meeting where we're going to hear from the MBTA some of their overall goals. I do think some of those have really been publicly reported. The replacement of a very aging parking garage, adding to the community benefit through this development, and also an ability to leverage private capital in order to support and stretch some of the MBTA's capital plan. And so they essentially do not have money to do this redevelopment in their capital plan. And so a lot of the purpose of the redevelopment is to make sure that on some time frame they can actually get this work done. And there's a hope that there will be not just a new and better parking garage for the community, but additional development around that. So I think we are looking forward to participating. Both Assistant City Manager Farouk and Melissa Peters, who led a lot of the Alewife Quadrangle rezoning work, will be present on Thursday and will present an overview of the Alewife area, North Cambridge, and the overall economic development picture. And we'll talk to some of the planning and zoning discussions that have been happening over the last couple of years. So I think that there's actually a lot of connecting the dots between both the process the MBTA is going to pursue, and also recognizing that the city is going to have a really important role. And I think we will plan to continue to keep the city council informed. I would imagine that there will be some level of votes and process that will come back to both different boards and commissions within the city and also the council. So I think there will be a lot of time for additional discussion and debate and decision making as we move forward. Deputy City Manager Reardon, did I miss anything? That's it. Okay.
And the meeting is August 8th at what time and where?
It is at the, I believe it is at the, this is at MBTA in Boston at 10 Park Plaza, their headquarters, and it is Thursday afternoon.
At what time?
1 to 4 p.m.
You may want to send that to the clerk, to the city council, for anyone that might want to.
Yes.
Write it down. Before we go to Councilor Nolan, Councilor Toner or Wilson, do you want to be heard on this?
No.
No.
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilor Siddiqui yields the floor. Councilor Nolan, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Simmons. Very happy to be on this and to be sponsoring it. It's something the council as a whole and the city has thought about for probably a decade in terms of the development of Alewife. I do have a couple of questions, and maybe they could be raised at this meeting. I think a lot of what's laid out in here is exactly what we have talked about, particularly the transportation with the commuter rail stop and a bridge, which I know is somewhat in process, but with Health Peak plans being a little bit on hold and slowed down as a result of some of the changes. One question is, do we know if the zoning that the city has would apply to this government redevelopment? Because it's a government agency and sometimes there's different regulations and rules.
Mr. Deputy or City Manager, do either of you want to or have the answer for that at this time? Or should we wait? Okay.
I think it might.
Megan is on.
Oh, Megan is on. To the rescue.
Elizabeth, Fair, do you have floor is yours?
Through you, Madam Mayor, just briefly, that Councilor Nolan's correct that there are some immunities from zoning for government to perform its essential functions. So if it's possible that the garage portion could possibly be not subject to the city zoning, but if this becomes a multi-use development with other types of projects, then those portions likely are subject to zoning. But we'd have to look at all of this and do further analysis, but that's just my off the top of the head thoughts here.
Thank you, Solicitor Bayer. Councilor Nolan?
Thank you. Right. It would be really good for the city to understand what parameters there are around which we can ask, because to remind also the council, we did extensive and incredibly, I think, quite collaborative work on the rezoning in Alewife, but that only applied to the quad. It did not apply to this entire area where the garage is and where the Alewife part is. So the question is then, how would our zoning, and might we want to look at that depending on what the answer is in terms of what control we have. But it's very exciting to think of that being developed, because we need this combination, we hope, from what the TIA said, is they don't just want another parking garage, they want some mixed use, including some housing, which is exactly what our goals are for the area as well. I did want to know, I had heard word that the MBTA actually is reserving some space, or anticipating that there may well be a future commuter rail stop, which the City Council has endorsed quite strongly, given that there are literally thousands of more housing units already in that area and more anticipated, and hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs likely to come to Fort, also compared to where the area was 10 or 15 years ago. But the stop might well be a light rail with an electrified trains. Do we know anything more about that? And if so, I just hope that that's raised at the meeting on Thursday by the city staff, to really push them on how it is that we're moving forward and what the city can do to ensure that change and that use and gets added as quickly as possible, given the timeline that we see as development coming, where that area is already so completely locked that we really need some more public transit.
Councilor Nolan, yielding the floor.
Yeah, if we don't have anything to add on that, I just am saying that because I had heard that it would be a light rail station with electric, and that would be terrific, obviously, for a lot of our goals. There does happen to be a substation that Eversource owns right there as well. And since that entire area is likely to be decarbonized and electrified, where there's a whole bunch of pieces coming together for the area that'd be very exciting, but it's going to require, I think, a lot of thoughtful analysis and ensuring that we're bringing all those pieces to bear, and that the city is pushing really hard for how it is that we can develop properly and coherently, and also in a collaborative way, this last part of Cambridge that is in the process of transforming.
Mr. City Manager, Deputy City Manager, anything you want to impart on this issue?
No, I think we are aligned. I think some of these are longstanding priorities that we really wanted to see the MBTA pursue. And, I think this will be a forum for us to try and see if we can get those done as part of this project. And I think it's still a little bit to be understood what the full scope of what they're looking to redevelop is. And so I think the kind of redevelopment of the parking garage versus the broader bus, urban, and rail kind of planning is something that I'm not actually fully sure I understand at this point how they all fit together. But I think that will be one of the questions. And certainly, given the size and scale of this development, it would be great to see some of those pieces come together.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Deputy City Manager. Councilor Nolan, are you yielding the floor?
Yes, I do. And if the city manager can bring this policy order, assuming it passes forward, that would be really good. And if you want any more help from the council, please advise. Thank you, Mayor Simmons. I yield.
Councilor Nolan, the floor. Further discussion? Hearing none on a motion by Councilor Siddiqui to adopt the order. Roll call.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes, 1 member is reported as absent.
The matter is adopted by the affirmative vote of 8 members. We now move to the remaining policy order resolutions, all pulled by Councilor Toner, 6, 7, and 8. Councilor Toner, do you need the city manager or deputy city manager for these?
I do not.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager and Deputy City Manager. Thank you. You can stay if you'd like.
Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you. Councilor Tony, we're going to go to number 6. This is pulled by Councilor Toner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd also, if I could, make a motion to suspend the rules to bring forward policy orders 2024 number 102, policy order 2024 number 103, committee report number 5, and communication 2024 number 107, which all relate to the charter review.
A suspension of the rules. Roll call.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes, Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes, Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes, 1 member is recorded as absent.
And suspension prevails. We now have 101, 102, 103, committee report number 5, 107, and COF 107. Councilor Toner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just start off with a brief explanation. In the Government Operations Committee, we made 3 recommendations to the full council. The first one is that as per the original ordinance, that the council would only consider recommendations from the Charter Review Committee that got a 2/3 vote. That's the first one. The second one is that going forward, that the council, as we make our have our deliberations and make our final recommendations, that we would only forward anything to the legislature or to the ballot that got a 2/3 vote of the city council. And then the final one is for you, Madam Mayor, to put together either a special committee or hold a special city council, several city council meetings in order to move forward with the charter review process and to get the things done. The reason for these motions is for us to get moving because we do need to back map whatever we're going to do. If we expect to have this on the ballot, quite honestly, next November, we need to get some things in place. And I know we have further deliberation, not only on the recommendations of the Charter Review Committee, but also some ideas that you, my fellow councilors, may have to bring forward. The first one, to be fully transparent, the one and only, I believe the one and only recommendation from the Charter Review Committee that didn't have a 2/3 vote was whether we should have a strong mayor versus a strong city manager. And we got basically 2, as I referred to them, chassis to work off of. One of them strong mayor, one of them strong city manager. And since there was no 2/3 vote to move away from our city manager form of government, I would hope that we would just move forward with, and not take that up and focus on sticking with the city manager form of government and have discussions around what would go on there. I know that some people have ideas about different ways to elect the mayor going forward, which would be discussed at a future date. I'll stop there because I know that Councilor Zine has a motion to amend Policy Order 101, so I'll yield so that he can make his amendment.
Councilor Zine, what's yours?
Madam Mayor.
Policy.
Yes, thank you, Councilor.
Right? Councilor Zine?
Yes.
And your amendment that you're talking about is number 101, also known as Policy Order number 6?
Yes.
Very good. What's yours?
Great. I had an amendment. I don't know if the clerk can bring it forth. Basically, the hope was that, just to clarify what I thought we were voting on, which is that, I think that we should certainly take up the things that have the supermajority first from the Charter Review Commission. But afterwards, I would love for there to be space for city councilors to bring up other consider other topics for consideration. Yeah.
Discussion? So your motion is what, Council?
This is the motion. It's an amendment to the policy order.
So you're moving an amendment, and the amendment is, well, I can barely see it. Sorry, it's kind of small.
Yeah, it's to strike, it's to go from that the city council will only, to say the city council will first consider charter review committee recommendations which received a 2/3 vote. And then cross out as stated in the charter review ordinance, and then say, and then any brought forth by city councilors.
Discussion?
Madam Mayor, I will just say that I see this as a friendly amendment. My intention is obviously that city councilors in further discussion can bring forward their recommendations. I just really want to get the ball rolling on this. I yield.
Council Toner yields. Further discussion? If hearing none on the amendment, roll call.
Councilor Nolan has her hand up.
But I couldn't see it. Thank you. Councilor Nolan?
Yes, thank you. Briefly, Mayor Simmons, I appreciate the amendment and appreciate that it's considered friendly. I do think that's really important because on some of the issues, if they didn't get a 2/3 vote, particularly on this question of city manager or mayor, the fact is sticking with the city manager didn't get a 2/3 vote either. It's just that was the default because we already have that charter. So for some of the questions, it would be really interesting for us to understand that, yes, we should definitely first consider the ones that got a 2/3 vote, but then and we would be able to consider any others. It's important to remember that none of the changes proposed, but including the existing structure, necessarily got a 2/3 vote.
Are you yielding the floor, Council?
Yes, I yield and I support this friendly amendment.
Madam Mayor, I do want to clarify that most of the other recommendations did get a 2/3 vote of the charter review. So where I do consider this friendly because my intention was never to prevent the council from being able to discuss things, but my understanding of the ordinance that was passed allowing this charter review committee was that only things that got a 2/3 vote would actually move forward. So I just want to be clear about that.
Thank you, Council Toner. Council Toner, you yielding the floor?
Yes.
Mayor Simmons?
Let me go back to Councilor Azim just for a moment. Councilor Nolan, anything you want to say more on this, Councilor Azim?
No, I would just say that the merits of any particular vote on or of any recommendation was not the goal here. Just to say that, we should have a discussion afterwards after we've gone through all the city charter review commissions. And so, for me, the specifics of whether you support strong city manager, or strong mayor doesn't reflect on this specific vote that we have before us.
Thank you, Councilor Zine. Councilor Zine yields the floor. Councilor Nolan.
Yes, quickly, I think to Councilor, through you, Mayor Simmons, to Councilor Toner's point, that 2/3 was suggested in the report from the Charter Review Committee, but it was never in the way you read it, suggesting that the council could not discuss anything else once that report came back to us. So I think this is very much in the spirit of exactly what the ordinance anticipated. Thank you. I yield.
Councilor Nolan yields the floor. Any more discussion on the amendment proposed for policy order number 101? Hearing none. On the amendment of policy order number 101.
Councilor Azim.
Councilor Azim?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes, 1 member is reported as absent.
Thank you. On the policy order number 101 as amended, roll call.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes, 1 member is recorded as absent.
The policy order is adopted on the affirmative vote of 8 members. We now go back to what's remaining, which was 102, 103, and 107.
No, just 102 and 103.
So on policy orders 102 and 103, committee report number 5. Is there any other, no, let's just stay with 102 and 103. Any other discussion on those 2 items?
Madam Mayor?
Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
On number 2, which was on the one requiring 2/3 vote of city councilors for items, I would be a no on. I think a simple majority is how we do other votes in the council, including for most zoning changes now that the MBTA Communities Act is passed. And I think sticking with a simple majority or 5 votes makes sense here. I would hope that for charter changes we have much more than that. I think for the amendments we did in 2021, we had 8 or 9 votes for most of the 3 charter amendments we put forward, and I hope we can get to something like that here. Just not wanting us to have a different standard for this than we have for other votes, and so I would prefer a simple majority. So I would just for that 102 would be a no on that policy order.
Madam Mayor.
Councilor Sabrina Wheeler, do you yield the floor?
I do, thank you.
Okay. I think that was you, Councilor Toner?
Yes.
Councilor Toner.
So it was a recommendation of 3 folks from the Government Operations Committee. Part of the reason is, especially with some of the recommendations that came out of the charter review, they're going to have to go to the legislature for us to even be able to move forward with it. And, in consideration that if we were to send something up with just a 5-4 vote, that's kind of sends a weak signal to the legislature that it's not really a priority. At least that's what I'm told when I talk to people in the legislature. And also this is as I think a few people have put it, this is our city's constitution, and it's not the same thing as a simple policy order or some of the other votes we take. And I do think it deserves a 2/3 vote.
Further discussion on 102 and 103 that's before us? Councilor Nolan?
Thank you, Mayor Simmons. I am torn on this one because I do believe that simple majority should rule. The reason that I believe we should really consider that is not because the legislature, my understanding is the legislature really has no right in a home rule petition on a charter to suggest that the change itself, the substantive changes, are not something that the city should do. It has never been done from everything that I've heard and extensively researched this. I will reach out again and make sure. What the legislature role really simply is to make sure we're following state constitution and state law and that it doesn't conflict with anything. However, it's also clear, having talked to the Collins Center and many folks who work on charter review, that when it doesn't have more than a simple majority on the council, it is unlikely to pass when it gets to the voters. And I think that's something that is really important for us to keep in mind. So I will be supporting this and may be open to considering something different later. But right now, I feel like it's really important that we consider that.
Thank you, Councilor Nolan. Councilor Nolan yields the floor. Further discussion on 102? Hearing none. Let's take up 102 and then we'll go to 103. So on 102, on adoption.
Councilor Azim.
Present.
Present. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
No.
No. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
No.
No. Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 5 members have voted yes. 2 members have voted no. 1 member has voted present and 1 member is recorded as absent.
Policy order number 7, also known as 102, passes on the affirmative vote of 5 members. We're now going to go to, I think it's 103.
Madam Mayor, 103 puts it back in your lap and you can start scheduling a special committee or a special council meeting for us to have further discussions.
Thank you, Councilor Toner. Any further discussion? Hearing none on the adoption. Madam Clerk.
Councilor Azim.
Council Zine?
Yes.
Yes, Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes, Council Nolan.
Yes.
Yes, Council Pickett is absent. Council Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes, Council Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes, Council Toner.
Yes.
Yes, Council Wilson.
Yes.
Yes, Mayor Simmons.
Yeah.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes, 1 member is recorded as absent.
The item is adopted on the affirmative vote of 8 members. That takes care of 103. We are now at committee report number 5. Move to have that placed on file.
So moved.
On a motion of Council Toner to place committee report number 5 on file. To accept the report and place on file, Madam Clerk.
Council Razim.
Yes.
Yes, Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes, Council Nolan. Council Nolan.
Yes.
Yes, Council Pickett is absent. Council Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes, Council Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes, Council Toner.
Yes.
Yes, Council Wilson.
Yes.
Yes, Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes, 1 member is recorded as absent.
Council Toner, did you pull 107 as well? Because I didn't have it on your list.
Sorry, that was my communication to the council. So I did pull that as well, yes.
Then we'll move to that one. That's number 12, also known as policy order number 102, or 107, excuse me. Reads as follows, that the city manager's requested. That's what I'm looking at. Is that the one you're talking about? The city's manager's request?
No, it's in the communications section. Communications from city officers. Number 2.
I see. I was looking, okay, thank you. So on communications, number 2, also known as 107, a communication was received by Council Toner transmitting an update from the Government Operations Rules and Claims Committee regarding charter review. Council Toner. Anything discussion on this other than just to vote on it? Council Toner moves to place the communication on file. Roll call.
Council Razim.
Yes.
Yes, Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes, Council Nolan.
Yes.
Yes, Council Pickett is absent. Council Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes, Council Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes, Council Toner.
Yes.
Yes, Council Wilson.
Yes.
Yes, Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes, 1 member is recorded as absent.
The matter is placed on file by the affirmative vote of 8 members. Number 15 has already been discharged. We then should move to the calendar. Pleasure of the City Council. Pass over. We have an item on the table. Number 1, I'm going to pass over. Item number 2 is a charter right exercised by Council Zine and the council on June 10th. It was tabled on June 17th. Do you want to do anything? Yes.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I wanted to bring forward unfinished business, number 3.
Okay, Council. And number 2, Council Zine?
I did want to bring that forward as well.
Okay, very good. So we'll go to Councilor Zine. The number 2 is that the city manager is requested to support local news production as a public good by conducting a $100,000 per year city-backed news fund pilot for up to 3 years to be administered through an independent intermediary that will decide on funding criteria and selection of local newspapers that provide material coverage of Cambridge news. Councilor Zine, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that my co-sponsor, Councilor Nolan, has a comment, and then I would just like to make a motion to withdraw.
Okay. Councilor Zine is yielding the floor to Councilor Nolan. Councilor Nolan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Simmons. Yes, as Councilor Zine said, he will be withdrawing this, and I really want to thank him for sponsoring the policy order. I know it has caused some conversation in the community, and it seems that there's not, frankly, enough votes for this to pass. I won't belabor that. I do think it's critically important we as a community figure out how to support local news. It's an essential part of our democracy. It's in the public interest. We heard really meaningful and I think, poignant public comment about how it is that people feel that they don't have enough information about the city. There is no longer a local newspaper that is vibrant and sustainable. You know, there's just been scrambling back and forth for the ones that are available. Cambridge Day, the Cambridge Chronicle prints press releases from other cities. It doesn't even bother to print anything from Cambridge, and there's no one supporting it, which was I think a shocker for those of us who recognize its historic place as, I think, the oldest city weekly in the whole country. So we really do have to figure out how we can support journalism and how to protect journalism. The city supports CCTV, which is a really important part of education for the public and communication. So for me, this was a very similar effort to say it is appropriate for the city to step in and support it. It would not have meant editorial control. It wouldn't even have meant ongoing long-term support of every single year. The idea was to really help an effort get off the ground to ensure that there was impartial and objective journalism in the city that people could rely on. We're really lucky to have an interest in local news, and there were so many people who came to our meeting to talk about it. And I do recognize that, well, why would we support this over others? You know, there's so many other worthy nonprofits, and I understand that concern, and yet I keep coming back to it is literally essential to democracy. We're in the middle of seeing that play out on the national stage and the international stage, that without really, again, independent, vibrant journalism, you do not have and cannot have a democracy. So I really hope we can revisit this idea in the future and prioritize our local news sources of public good.
Thank you, Councilor Nolan. Councilor Nolan yields the floor. Back to you, Councilor Zane.
One moment. I have specific language the clerk forwarded.
Would you like me to read it to you?
Go ahead.
Councilor Zine moves at request through the chair to permission to withdraw this matter. So the council has requested permission to withdraw it. Is there any objections? Hearing none, the matter is withdrawn. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last item on the calendar is unfinished business, was pulled by Councilor Toner. It's number 3. It's ordinance 2023 number 8B, which has been received from the city clerk relative to the amended chapter 14.04 fair housing. Councilor Toner, you want to bring this forward? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam.
Hold
Thank
on.
you, I'm sorry.
Councilor Toner, I see the clerk's hand is up. Madam.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. This particular matter, no action can be taken. I think maybe Councilor Toner wants to pull something different that's also related to housing.
Well, what he said he wanted to pull number 3 under unfinished business.
That's what I said. That's what I thought I was pulling.
So
the amendments to tenants' rights and resources notification ordinance.
What I have on it just is passed to a second reading in the council October 2nd, 2023, first amended in the council November 6th. Is that what you're speaking to? Because that's what's in front of me on unfinished business.
That's what I thought I was speaking to. Maybe Madam Clerk can tell me what.
Right, Madam Clerk, do we have a difference of opinion on this? Because this is what's in the record.
We do. The tenants' rights matter, Madam Mayor, is Ordinance Committee Report number 4.
Okay, I went to unfinished business, but I thought
Right. So no action can be taken on
That's what
unfinished business.
responsible communications, not unfinished business, Councilor Toner.
I apologize, Madam Mayor.
No problem. So we're not there yet, so we can come back. So there's no more work to be done on the calendar. We'll move to applications and petitions. The applications are before us. There are 6.
Mayor Simmons?
Yes.
I'd like to pull number 3.
Just get there. Number 3. Pleasure of the City Council. On the other applications and petitions, are there any
Option on the ballots?
Okay, on a motion by the Vice Mayor, Madam Clerk.
Councilor Azim?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett? is absent. Counselor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Toner?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons?
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
And 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 have been adopted by the city council on the affirmative vote of 8 members. We now go back to number 3, which is pulled by Councilor Nolan, reads as follows. An application was received from Ryan, is it Boucher or how's that last name pronounced? I'm not sure. Boucher. By Ryan Boucher requesting permission for a curb cut at the premises numbered 55 Harvey Street. Said petition has received approval from Inspectional Services, Traffic, Parking, and Transportation, Historical Commission, and Public Works. No response has been received from the Neighborhood Association. Response from the residents of Wesley Avenue have been included. Councilor Nolan, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Simmons. This is an unusual curb cut application since we have heard from while there's no neighborhood association right in North Cambridge, the closest one, Porter Square Neighborhood Association, sent us an email saying they do oppose it. Many of the neighbors oppose it. I have often voted against curb cuts because I think the neighbors, if it takes away parking in the neighbor, that it's not something that's appropriate. We have always talked on the council about whether we should even be involved, but we are involved. In this case, it does seem that with this much neighborhood opposition, even though it does seem there is a curb cut there and there may not be parking there ever, that I think it's really important that we send a message to both the petitioner and the neighbors that they should work out these differences. So I want to exercise my charter right so that we will not be voting on it now and that there will be some time for those folks, which I will certainly communicate to them too. My hope is that they would better understand each other. It's also a very complicated project because it is taking, on the housing side, it's something we really don't want to see, which is it has taken a 4-unit building and converted it to a single family, which is a legal right. And yet it's certainly something that the neighborhood is aware of and I think is a concern. But this is just about the curb cut. I recognize that. So I'll exercise my charter right.
Councilor Nolan exercises her charter right on application number 3. We will move now to resolutions. Not resolutions, communications. There are 87. Pleasure of the City Council.
Place on file, Madam Mayor.
A motion by Councilor Wilson to place the 87 communications on file. Roll call.
Counselor Azim?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Pickett is absent. Counselor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Toner?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons?
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
Thank you. I've lost track. All right. We are now on resolutions. Pleasure of the City Council.
Madam Mayor, number 1 and 5.
1, 5. Pleasure of the City Council. Hearing nothing on a motion by Councilor Toner on adoption of the resolutions, making them unanimous upon adoption. Roll call.
Counselor Azim?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Pickett is absent. Counselor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Toner?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons?
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
The resolutions are adopted by the affirmative vote of 8 members. They are made unanimous upon adoption. There were 2 pulled, both by Council Toner. The first one is number 1. Congratulations to George Hines on 25 years of dedication to the youth of Cambridge. Council Toner.
I just wanted to add you, Madam Mayor, as a co-sponsor.
Thank you. Any discussion? Council Wilson.
Yes. Thank you. Through you to the lead sponsor, I would like to be added to this motion as well. George actually served as my supervisor for 8 great years from 2001 to 2000. or I guess 7, 2001 to 2008. So I really appreciate the work of George and what he has done for the community and continues to do in our community.
Thank you, Councilman Wilson. Any other discussion or amendments to be added? Anyone else want to join? Hearing none on the policy order, on the policy resolution as amended. Madam Clerk, on the amendment.
On the amendment to add Mayor Simmons and Councilor Wilson, Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes, Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes, Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is reported as absent.
The resolution is amended on the on the affirmative vote of 8 members on the resolution as amended. Madam Clerk.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes, Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes, Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
And the resolution is adopted by the affirmative members. The resolution is adopted as amended by the affirmative vote of 8 members. We move now to number 5. This is pulled by Councilor Toner. Reads as follows: condolences on the death of Patricia Pat Daly. Councilor Toner, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I pulled it in order to add you and Council Nolan to the resolution as co-sponsors.
Discussion on the amendment. Hearing none. On the amendment, roll call.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes, Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes, Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
Thank you. On the resolution as amended, roll call.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes, Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes, Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
And the resolution is adopted as amended by the affirmative vote of 8 members. We now move to committee reports. There are 7 committee reports remaining, 4 and 5 previously placed on file. Pleasure of the City Council.
Madam Mayor, number 4.
Pleasure of the City Council. Pleasure of the City Council.
Move it. Place on file.
On a motion by Councilor Nolan to place number 1 on file, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Roll call.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes, Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes, Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
The committee reports are accepted and placed on file by the affirmative vote of 8 members. We go back now to number 4. This was pulled by Councilor Toner. Reads as follows: the Ordinance Committee held a public hearing on June 20th, 2024 to discuss amendments to the Tenants' Rights Ordinance recommended by the Law Department. There are several recommendations. I'm going to turn it over to you, Councilor Toner, to walk us through that. Councilor Toner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and I apologize for having my notes wrong last time, but I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to bring forward Ordinance Committee Report number 4 related to the Tenants' Rights Ordinance and COF 2024 number 108 from the acting city solicitor.
On suspension of the rules to bring forward, you said rule number 4 and COF.
Committee Report report number 4 and COF number 108.
On suspension, roll call.
Council Razim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Council Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Council Pickett is absent. Council Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Council Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Council Toner. Council Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Council Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
Thank you. The rules have been suspended and the items are before us. Council Toner, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Now I'd like to make a motion to amend the ordinance language approved in committee to include the changes suggested by Solicitor Bayer.
First item is on the amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Council Razim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Council Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Council Pickett is absent. Council Siddiqui. Council Siddiqui. Council Siddiqui is absent. Council Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Council Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Council Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 7 members have voted yes and 2 members are recorded as absent.
On the item as amended, roll call, Madam Clerk. The first part. Right under 108, amend the ordinance language, we suspend the rules, brought it forward. He moved the amendment, so I'm trying to now get us to adopt the amendment.
So I'd like to make a motion to pass ordinance 2024 number 3 relative to tenants' rights as amended to a second reading.
On the motion.
On the motion to pass that matter to a second reading, Councilor Razim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Council Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Council Pickett is absent. Council Siddiqui. Council Siddiqui. Absent. Council Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Council Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Council Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 7 members are recorded as yes. 2 members are recorded as absent.
Sorry, I'm here.
Council Siddiqui would like to be recorded in the affirmative, Madam Clerk. Can you have the record show?
I have changed the record to record Councilor Siddiqui as a yes.
And my final motion is to place COF 2024 number 108 on file.
On the motion, Madam Clerk.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Council Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Council Pickett is absent. Council Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Council Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Council Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Council Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 8 members are recorded as yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe that discharges item number 4. Am I correct? Just say yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Roundtable minutes. We have 1 set of roundtable minutes from December 2nd, 2019. Pleasure of the City Council. On a motion by the Vice Mayor to accept the roundtable minutes. Roll call.
Council Razim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Council Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Council Pickett is absent. Council Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Council Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Council Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Council Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 8 members are recorded as yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
The matter is adopted by the affirmative vote of 8 members. We move now to communications and reports from city officers. Pleasure of the City Council. Hearing none, it looks like there's only 1 communication report from city office. So on a motion by Council Wilson, roll call.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Council Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Council Pickett is absent. Council Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Council Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Council Toner.
Yes.
Yes, Council Wilson.
Yes.
Yes, Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members are recorded as yes, 1 member is recorded as absent.
The matter is placed on file by the affirmative vote of 8 members. We move now to late resolutions. We have a late resolution from Council Wilson for Coach George Gio Rodriguez. Reads as follows. Council Wilson makes a motion to suspend the rules to accept the late resolution that the City Council recognize Coach Gio distinction as the 2024 Massachusetts Coach of the Year. So it looks like we have to move suspension of the rules and then we can vote it. So on suspension.
Council Razim.
Yes.
Yes, Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes, Council Nolan.
Yes.
Yes, Council Pickett is absent. Council Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes, Council Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes, Council Toner.
Yes.
Yes, Council Wilson.
Yes.
Yes, Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 8 members are recorded as yes, 1 member is recorded as absent.
We are in suspension. Council Wilson makes a motion to adopt late filed resolution 2024 number 199, congratulating Coach Gio. Council Wilson, do you want to speak on this before we move on?
I just want to just celebrate him. He's been doing a lot of great work, and I really appreciate the work that he's done. And also, he's a Cambridge alum, so it's always great to celebrate our alums. And I know that the school committee will be has this on their agenda for tomorrow as well. So it was fitting for us to have it on our agenda for today as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Councilor Azim.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry? Did you want to say?
I'm sorry. I had something that I wanted to just making sure that this can also be passed unanimously, or how do you say that, upon approval?
Adoption.
Adoption.
Made unanimous upon adoption.
Thank you.
So on the motion, making it unanimous upon adoption.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes, Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes, Council Pickett is absent. Council Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes, Council Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes, Council Toner.
Yes.
Yes, Council Wilson.
Yes.
Yes, Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes, 1 member is recorded as absent.
And the matter is adopted, making it unanimous upon adoption on the affirmative vote of 8 members. We have another late resolution that's being offered by Councilor Toner, myself, and Councilor Nolan on the death of Len Solo. Madam Clerk, we've already suspended the rules for late policy resolutions. We have to do it again, or can we just go forward?
Madam Mayor, the change in the council rules require that a vote be taken for suspension on each matter.
Each matter. Okay. Okay. On suspension of the rules to take up a late order by Councilor Toners, Mayor Simmons, and Councilor Nolan. On suspension.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes, Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes, Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members are recorded as yes, 1 member is recorded as absent.
And the matter is now in front of us. It was brought forward by Councilor Toner. Councilor Toner, do you want to speak to the policy resolution before we vote it?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing none. Please call the roll.
Councilor Azim.
Yes.
Yes, Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes, Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes, Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes, 1 member is recorded as absent.
Thank you. The matter is adopted by the affirmative vote of 8 members. We now go to late policy orders. Madam Clerk, are there any late policy orders?
There are not, Madam Mayor.
There are no late policy orders. We can now go to announcements. Are there announcements? Hearing none, I will entertain. Madam Clerk, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My apologies. I think we did miss one vote. I have just checked my notes. And we do need a motion to accept and place committee report number 4 on file.
That we do that, but let's do it again just in case. On committee report number 4, on a motion by Council Toner to accept the report and place on file. Roll call.
Councilor Azim?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toner?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons? Yes. Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes, 1 member is recorded as absent. Thank you.
It's accepted and placed on file. There are no other matters before the council for this evening. I will graciously accept a motion to adjourn.
Madam Mayor,
Council Wilson.
I do apologize for needing to prolong the meeting, but I would like to suspend the rules to bring back policy order number 102.
We already vote on it?
We did.
Council Wilson asked unanimous consent to speak on a moment on a motion that on an item that's already been adopted. Roll call.
Madam Mayor, on a motion for reconsideration?
Not reconsidering. We voted item number, I didn't write it down, 102, did you say, Councilor Wilson?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
We've already adopted it. She wants to speak on it. We've already passed over it.
I would like to change my vote on it, if that's.
She wants to change how she has been reported on item 102.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, if I might, the proper vote would be
reconsideration, isn't it?
Reconsideration, the 2 reconsideration votes.
So what you're saying, Madam Clerk, is because the item is already voted, she voted in the affirmative, she'd have to, in order to change her vote, she'd have to do it through the process of reconsideration. She'd have 2 days to do that.
You can do it that way, or you could this evening suspend the rules to allow reconsideration this evening.
So, would you like to move reconsideration of a
Yes, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I think that sounds like the easier thing to do. Thank you.
Council Wilson would like to move suspension of the rules to go back to policy order. Was it policy order number 102?
Yes.
To policy order number 102. So this is on suspension of the rules to go back to have reconsideration. So on suspension.
Councilor Azim?
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toner?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Wilson?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons?
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
So we have now suspended the rules to go back to policy order number 2. I have to go back to see what it is. It's a policy order, Councilor?
Yes, Madam Mayor. If you would like, I can read it off unless you have to.
Requiring 2/3 vote for approving changes to be forwarded to the legislator and the voters on the future ballot.
Yes, Madam.
Yeah. So council, we are in suspension. Council Wilson is bringing forward number 102 for reconsideration.
Madam Mayor, can I just ask a question?
A procedural question. So
At this point in the process, am I allowed to charter write this, or is this too far gone?
see, it's quite the conundrum. This has been already voted. It passed. I don't remember the vote. Council Wilson says she wants to now move reconsideration to re-vote it, hoping the same will not prevail. We've suspended the rules in order for her to bring forward reconsideration. I don't believe you can charter write it, but I'm going to yield to the clerk. Can the council want to bring something that's been voted back on the floor through suspension of the rules? She's done that. Before we have reconsideration, another colleague is asking if he can exercise his charter right. Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, This is quite the conundrum, and I don't think we have had exactly this situation before. Charter right is allowed on
items that are new, which
on items that are before the council for the first time. As you've pointed out, this has already been voted.
I don't mean to cause a conundrum. You can just go forward with the vote.
Right, so.
Mayor?
Hold on, just want to let the clerk finish what you were saying.
So I believe it's already been voted by the council. So I honestly don't know the answer to that question.
So the clerk doesn't know the answer. The vice mayor wants to be heard. I'm going to hear from the vice mayor, and what I'm going to suggest, Council Wilson, because we're all out of our depth on this one, is that we use the tried and tested and found true way. Bring it up for reconsideration. You have 2 weeks, but that will not be the way what I would propose. So I saw the vice, there he is. Vice Mayor?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. In the past, when we've done something, not so much on the charter right, but a councilor has moved suspension to ask that their vote be changed and not that we retake the whole vote. I think I'm wondering if that's what we're doing or if the intention is to retake everyone's vote, or is it just for Councilor Wilson to change her vote and then the results would at that point I think be 5-4-1, right? Because Councilor Azim voted present. It wouldn't change the outcome of the vote. If we're retaking the vote, then that's maybe a different issue.
So, Madam Clerk, do you agree with the Vice Mayor? I'm inclined to agree with him that rather than try to move reconsideration, that the councilor ask unanimous consent to change her vote.
That would be, these are the council rules.
It's a yes or no question.
So the council could do that.
So, Councilor, well, my advice, Councilor Wilson, should you take it, would be rather than go through the reconsideration process, if your aim is just to change your vote, ask unanimous consent to change your vote. The council will vote on that. If it's granted, your vote is changed from an affirmative to a negative, and we move on. If not, you always have, or you go the reconsideration option, but I would respectfully ask you to do that through the process that we have, which means you would actually be able to take it up until the meeting in September. What is your pleasure?
At this time, I'd like to just record my vote to be changed, Madam Mayor.
Council Wilson is asking on a motion by Council Wilson to request unanimous consent to change how she is recorded on policy order number 102. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Madam Mayor, may I ask, what is the vote being changed to?
She was
from yes to no.
What is the affirmative? She wants to change that vote to the negative.
Okay. Councilor Azim.
No, we don't.
Can you repeat the motion?
The motion is, Council Wilson is asking unanimous consent to change her vote on policy order, from the policy order resolution list number 102, from the affirmative to the negative. She wants to change her vote. Do you want to grant her that option, yes or no?
Yes.
Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Pickett is absent. Councilor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
Unanimous consent is accepted and adopted by affirmative vote of 8 members.
Madam Mayor, that does change the outcome of that vote to 4 yes, 3 no, 1 present, and 1 absent.
4 yes. 3, but you need 5 to have a majority. So then does that mean that that item then fails?
That's what it means.
The item then fails. Pleasure of the city council. Adjournment is in order.
Mayor Simmons?
Yes, are you moving adjournment?
Well, just
Madam
one
Mayor.
announcement to remind people of the Finance Committee meeting on ARPA, which is this Wednesday at 3 o'clock.
Announcement well taken. Other announcements? Someone has it. Council Siddiqui.
We will be having a housing committee the 21st from 11 to 1 p.m.
Thank you. Other announcements? Hearing none. On a motion to adjourn. Don't everyone want to stay? On a motion by the Vice Mayor to adjourn. Roll call.
Counselor Racine.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Mayor McGovern.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Nolan.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Pickett is absent. Counselor Siddiqui.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Sabrina Wheeler.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Toner.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Simmons.
Yes.
Yes. Madam Mayor, 8 members have voted yes. 1 member is recorded as absent.
And the meeting is adjourned. Good evening.
Good night.
Good night.